2003, I presume. I had, I'll just spend a couple of minutes. What was my mindset at that point of time when I first came across Mr. Babu Arunachalam? I had invested in IPOs way back in 1988, 89, and that was an extremely painful stuff. Those of you who would possibly remember that you had to stand in a queue, fill up a form, and then if the issue was very good, you will not get allotted. Okay, so if the issue is a junk issue and it's going to list at 9 rupees or 11 rupees, you'll get allotted. And if the issue is a bad issue, the check will come back and you have to go and stand in a queue once again in a bank and submit that once again to get your money back. So that is the state of affairs. At some point of time, I thought this is not worth it. The amount of effort that you are spending on this, all this whole thing, standing in a queue in St. Mark's Road in SBI and all that doesn't really work. So I gave up. Then came mutual funds. That was just before Harshad Mehta. And then again, the same thing happened. Invested in a few mutual funds and they all tanked. So this is the second attempt. And the third attempt was, since I had IPO and a lot of paper shares those days, so they had to be dematerialized post 1996. And then that was again a huge pain. You have to stand in a queue once again, stand in a post office, send registered post office, registered acknowledgement due and get it back. So I had somewhere mentally decided that the stock market business, all the shares is not for me. It's not for a normal South Indian. It's possibly a Dalal Street broker and a Gujarati set of people who can do very well there, and it's not for me. So I kind of ignored the whole thing. And then one fine day, Mr. Babu Arunachalam sought an appointment and came. Started, and he carried a huge bag. Okay, I mean that bag those days must have been weighing some 10-12 kgs, I think. So there was a lot of paper there, journals, magazines, brochures, a lot of calculations, application forms, of course. So a whole lot of them. And he was very polite. And you remember, my mindset, my context was, this is not good enough. There's no point in all this. So he was very polite. And he was very persuasive, and this is a very potent combination. One is very persuasive and very polite. You can't, easily poo-poo the whole thing off. So I started listening, and this polite persuasiveness, in addition to that, came a third element of being very, very logical. So any objection that I raised, he had a very logical answer to that. So this is how, we will look at it this way. And not only logical answer, he also had data. He had done his homework very, very well, and he had data. You would pull out one magazine, search to the 14th page and show something there. So whatever I had asked, he had an answer. And that was a persuasiveness, polite, persuasive, logical, and data-backed persuasiveness, which actually made me go back to the stock market once again. So that was the fourth or fifth attempt I made, and that attempt has continued today to the extent that a large portion of my savings is in the stock market, and including mutual funds. So thank you, sir, for taking me back in that stuff. So that's point number one. Second thing that I wanted to say was about, there's a word here called, it's no longer here, values. The values that he had and he has is something very, 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 very rare in these days. It was almost as if, if there is a downturn in the market and if there is something going down, you can almost feel that he's almost as if it's his money, his customer's money is his money, and if there is something going away, you would feel that in his tone, very apologetic. He need not be apologetic. There's nothing that he can do about it. But the value system is where, the trustworthiness came in. He almost behaved as if it was his, you could see that he was disturbed. So that was a trustworthiness value. One was service, second was trustworthiness. And the third one that comes to mind is very open. We have had earlier, as I said, his original conversations with me lasted 30 minutes, 40 minutes, going through a lot of papers. And nowadays it doesn't last that much. I call him, sir, I have this much to invest, what can you do? And conversation ends in 5 minutes. But we also had long conversations, 1.5 hours over 3 Zoom meetings, discussing, debating, and so on and so forth. He was always very open, very, very, very patient. And that's something that, again, was very, very exemplary, I would say. I was, for example, and he didn't hold on to one view. He's a very great supporter of SIP. I was not, and even today I am not. Okay, I believe in lump sum investments. He gets once in a while exasperated, says that I don't know what you have against SIP. I said, I have nothing against SIP. It's not my way of looking at things. But in spite of all that, one thing that he helped me do in a way is stay put. Because it was lump sum, I was able to stay put, and he helped me do that. No, don't worry, it will come back. Now I talked about the trustworthiness and feeling. So in fact, I was just checking, some of the investments that I have made in 2004 are still there, and you can imagine what is the compounding that would have happened. So thanks to him, that's a phenomenal help and support from him. Wish him all the best. Wish the organization all the best, and thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. That was very inspiring for Mr. Babu to do much more work. I now request Mr. Murali Sundaram to share his journey.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for this opportunity. I think, one of the things that I really have to thank Babu, sir, right? I started very early. When I started investing, I was like 24, 25, right? He just, my mother happened to just peep in to their house, near the temple, right? And then she befriended mommy, and, she said, yeah, my son is doing this. Why don't you ask your son to talk to him, right? I think that's how we got introduced. And he came to the house, and then we started interacting, and then I thought, I always liked investments, right, from very early age. So, he said, start with 1,000 rupees, right? I thought, okay, let me try, right, with the mutual funds. I started with 1,000 rupees investment, and you won't believe me, right? In 4 months from the time I started investing, he told me that, hey, there is somebody is doing a property development. Would you want to join them, right? Today I stay in the same house, which he introduced, right? So a lot of things I have to thank sir for, in my life, right? So over these 20 years, recently I started the first, insurance policy with him, and it matured and came back, right? When I started investing, I was always like, oh, I don't know, it's the right choice or not. And today when I saw the returns on the policy, I think it was pretty good, right? Non-taxable and like 7-8% returns over 20 years, right? It's not like I invested in one shot. So it was pretty good returns. And many times I have actually forwarded, the choice of SIPs that he had given to my friends, right, who wanted to invest. And all of them said, hey, how did you know this, SIPs, right? So these are really good, looks like top notch. And I was a very, very conservative in terms of investments, that I don't want to, lose my principal, right? That was my first policy. And, sir really understood it well. And his proposals have always been on what I need, right? Rather than, proposing that, hey, you will get 2x, do this, right? No, he has never did that. He always said, hey, I understand this is your need, and this is how you spread your money, right? Let's say I had 10 lakhs to invest. It always suggests 5 lakhs you should put in the FD, and then other 5 lakhs you invest in SIPs, right? So understanding of what the clients need, I think no one else can do it better than sir. I have not gone to any other investor after I started investing with him, right? And over this period I have really learned a lot of investing is daily bites. Though I don't look at it daily, whenever I read it, I realize that how much of value that he is actually sending across to his clients, right, every day, right? And I felt bad when he said, I apologize that I am sending it late today, right? I think few days back, I was saying, no, this is a service, and then, at any point of time, it's really valuable, right? It's always perfectly fine to be late. And congratulations, sir, on 20 years. I think, all your walking around White House from morning 6 to night 11 o'clock, right? Not just improved your health, but also improved a lot of our wealth, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Murali Sundaram. I request Mr. Srigopal, who was CEO at Exponent Dynamics, to share his views.
Good evening, all. So we've listened to a couple of responsible people from when they were young. I wasn't one of those. So what happened to me was 22 to 32. I was 32 approximately when I met Mr. Babu at my office with a career that was at a company much before I started up. And so the 22 to 32 saw me maybe, doing a lot of trading in the stock market, burning after probably thinking that I'm probably going to retire at 30. I had to start working at 30, I guess. And let's just say that I met him at a moment where I needed somebody who's like a Zen advisor because I refused to believe anybody. I'd burnt money. I had a good career. That was one of the saving graces. And then I had a bunch of people that were always advising me to invest. And they had aggressive styles of asking me to do so. I can remember this distinctly. Babu met me and a colleague. And it didn't take him very long to realize that I'm probably coming out of a burn. I was staring at him like this. And he kept it very simple, kept it very easy, and let us have the space to make a decision. That's the exact Zen I think I was looking for. And since then, we're talking about, I've just crossed 50, so 32, 50. And I'm busy trying to convince my daughter before she becomes the wild child that I was, that she should spend more time with Babu. So that's the generational crossover, because he was always so easy and organic to work with. I won't say I always followed his advice, but I can promise you I lost whenever I didn't, or I didn't gain as much as I could. And at the time that I started up, I think one of the only things that was a backup that my wife could count on a little bit was the Babu investments, as we call it. And I had to use them because 1 year after starting up, I was bootstrapped. I refused investors. I was overconfident. I thought this company will just zip. And it did in some ways, but it did kind of test me. And I was still learning how to do business. I was a very good sales guy, but I didn't realize operations, finance, cash flow existed. I just thought I've sold it. Now I can buy the Ferrari, which I didn't. Again, the Ferrari was one of those things that Babu should have been more stubborn. He was so zen. I couldn't buy that Ferrari yet, but I'm on my way. Pretty much that's what I can say. It's like 20-something years, or is it 18? So when somebody does what Babu does, and I've also looked at him from a time when he just came and told me, and for me, he's very personal. It's not about one or two things. I'm meeting his wife now, but I've always had a concept of a lady who's going to the bank and a gentleman who took a little bit of a risk, and I don't know with support, with support. So I know that he also left the bank and he started this, and I was thinking, because I had friends, and I'd also dabbled trying to sell insurance, mutual funds, whatever it may be, just before that. And I was thinking, okay, man seems damn good, and he's not very aggressive as a sales guy, and I was a sales guy. I was very keen on advising him that you got to have some more push, some more whatever. But it only took me some time to think back. As you grow more gray hair and older, you realize that there is an organic way of doing it. And every once in a while when I met him, I realized that his portfolio had grown, that people that trusted him with whatever they needed had grown. He was not pushy, but little by little, what happened was there was a gravity around him. And there were times when I missed that gravity, and there were times when I got back in touch with it. At the moment, I'm being pretty stubborn with my daughter, who's right here, that she must spend some time and she must kind of understand what she should think about as a runway for 20 years. Every mistake I have made, I don't want her to. And that's where I stand with this whole thing. And Babu is somehow a kind of a big symbol of anything that was, that was going to threaten to make my life a little more stable. And I wish I had a little more of it. I don't mean to say that it's not stable. It's very adventurous. There are times when I've got bored with the idea. But every time I've got a little more adventurous, I guess there was still the Babu factor that was giving me some cushioning. That's what I can say, and it's a very frank conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Srigopal sir. It's actually very nice to hear from clients about Mr. Babu Arunachalam. I now request Mr. K. Sivasubramanian to share his journey with Mr. Babu Arunachalam.
Good evening, all. So, Babuji, there is actually it is a 20 years journey. Now, when I look back, it is in 2004, okay. Able to hear me? Yeah. 2004, actually, that initial period, okay, he used to, yeah, somebody said that already, that actually he used to carry a very big bag. Yes. So he used to carry a big bag and actually come with the details of, okay, all the mutual fund and actually explain. Because we come from actually a South Indian and normal. Not going towards actually any stock market and all those things. That time, okay, he used to come and tell me, yeah, first read about this. So he is the one actually who introduced actually the value, money control and actually that value research and all the sites, and actually asked me to go through and actually understand the details. Then actually you start investing. So previously, actually, it is only the PPF and the EPF. Okay, those are all the things, okay, you used to invest. Then slowly he started with the SIP. He asked me to, okay, start. Yeah, SIP, and actually, yes, he is not a pushy. So that is also, okay, told. He just actually asked the investor to learn things and actually do. So when I started learning and actually doing things, okay, it is, I started, that's what, okay, then it is, okay, my other friends and actually my relations, all actually, yes, hey, even a pandra, but definitely, so then actually that others also, okay, start learn and actually moving towards actually mutual fund as well as actually the stock investing. So in that case, actually my guru is Babuji. So he has done actually lots of, he made actually many of the investors to learn and invest. So that's his key. That is his actually is a key point, okay, what he is actually providing to the investor. Learn and do, and he did all his studies and actually make sure that actually, yes, all the investors are, okay, gaining and actually doing. So, and yes, it is nearly, I'm just looking back, but it is not 2006. Okay, I started around 2004 itself. 2006 onwards, okay, yes, the SIPs were actually, previously, okay, it is only on the NFOs and actually started actually, because I have actually all the details. I have, okay, still all the old papers and actually, okay, maintain that. So that's good. So I wish him all the best. Okay, still actually this organization, okay, yes, VS Financially, he used to come around actually in the night around 7 o'clock. He comes with his bag and actually the investor, the book from, which is the one actually that value research. That is a mutual fund actually, that book. He used to carry that and he used to educate, okay, all these things. So that is, okay, those are all his key elements and key points of actually educating investors. So that is actually the one real thing I really appreciate. And okay, I used to tell my other friends and other relatives also, talk to him and actually, okay, go for the investment. So I wish actually this organization to grow and yes, I wish him all the best and do well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sivasubramanian. Here is a video sent by Mr. Kumud Ranjan. He is also here, but since he has already sent the video, we are playing the video, maybe he can share his thoughts also.
Hello, Mr. Babu. It's very nice to know that Years Financial is celebrating its 20 years of successful journey. Thank you for the to you and your family. In fact, I would like to congratulate all your plans too, of course, including myself, for being a part of this journey. It has been incredible. My association with Years Financial started around 15 years ago. See that it has been moving steadily. You have been instrumental also beginning to understand the importance of savings to mutual funds. We are all very, very happy with this relationship and look forward to successfully moving from SIP to SWP, of course, when it is needed. Once again, all the very best to you and your team and Mr. Ranjan. Cheers.
Thank you very much, sir. Change is the only permanent thing. So we are also going for a little bit of change. I know many of us have had a makeover before coming here. So VSFS is also going for a little bit of makeover by changing its logo. So something we had to change, we thought. So first we'll start with the logo. I call Mr. Venkatesh, who has been behind this work. He will share how the logo is. He'll explain about the change in the logo.
Good evening all. So I'm Mr. Babu's son, one of the three sons. So we thought we should definitely have some sort of restructuring to the graphics, branding, as well as the entire organization as such. We also have new members joining the brand, and that's the reason we thought we would go for a change. Just a few words about it. So the concept of the logo is driven by a unison of themes, wherein the coming together or collaboration of efforts is something that we value. And it also brings in a sort of secureness and a financial future for our esteemed clients. We have conceived it as two hands, which is, it kind of means that your holdings with us is quite safe and it's in good hands. So there's a dual color strategy. One, that is blue, it symbolizes professionalism, trust, and loyalty, while the amber, it represents warmth, confidence, and abundance. So we hope that this logo and the new brand that we're creating is going to be a beacon for the future, and I'm sure we will try to live by it. Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Shankar Hosakere. He's one of the leading architects in Bangalore. He has been, I think, with Babu right from inception. I invite him to share his journey with Mr. Babu Arunachalam.
Good evening. I really do not know why he asked me to come up here, because I have my own grudge against Babu. I don't know anything about VFS, VSF or anything like that. Anytime I pick up the phone and call him, it's always I wonder what Babu might be going back with, because I pose questions to him that I wonder many times, is this appropriate for him or for me to ask him? But I must say something very nice about him. Never has he come back with a cross question saying, no, you shouldn't have asked that question to me, always with an answer. I even call him on silly matters. Silly matters as to how to calculate interest rates for a different purpose altogether, not about my money or my wife's money, but on silly matters. And answer has been always positive. I must compliment him for having lived with me for these many years. The grudge that I have against him is very interesting. He said, I just learnt it now, just this moment, that he came to our office in the very early days of Babu's kingdom, not representing himself but representing Franklin Templeton. I was irate about the way they held my account, and I screamed on top of my voice. And here comes Babu to soften me out. And guess what happened? He stole the account from Franklin Templeton, and he's holding all my money since that day. So Babu, please accept that as a compliment. Many more things I have against Babu. These financial people are funny. I know most of you are, and maybe you're in. I've heard retailers and wholesalers selling buy one, get one free. Babu has kind of conned me into this. But guess what he has done to himself? He has 3 for free, or 2 for free. I always envy him for that. 3 wonderful boys with this lady by his side. That's a sheer state of envy from my side. They have grown up so well. One I know a little bit more dearly than the other 2. I must compliment them also. On top of it, there is something else that I kind of envy Babu. He also tends to his elderly parents. I'm very jealous of him. I try not to miss talking about it. That's something which I cannot buy, but he's enjoying it today. Lots of positive things, Babu. Keep it up. Let's see how far we go. Congratulations again. It's not just me who is talking for Babu. My wife also is here. She's equally responsible, and he's managing her money too. Thank you, Babu.
See, this man had all the grudges against everyone. But as he told, many of the time I used to overhear what he talks with him. I used to wonder, you are talking business or family matters. As he told rightly, many of the time out of the blue they'll be talking full entire discussions about family. And it's nice. We have seen Rohits only in our houses for pujas. And we have our family Rohit, Mr. Mahesh Vadyar, who has been with Babu in his journey for many years. And actually, some people invest, they will be knows, they won't even know about this thing, just they invest and keep, but he also monitors everything. That's very great of him. I request him to come and say a few words about his experience as a guru.
Namaskar. You know Babu, past 20 years, as per this, but I know. known him before also. So I started my investing when I was a priest to some wealth advisor. I went for puja, inauguration puja. So there I was asking what is this or that. They kept all those mutual fund brochures and other things. So I kept Varimlan and other things. So while doing puja also I was reading what it is. Then I asked that person, what is for this? These are all mutual funds. So it's a person, financial management. Then there itself I started my first SAP there. I got Dakshina there, that's I invested in that. 1,001 rupees, I remember. That is Reliance, I remember that now, I had this one. Reliance Equity Fund. And got astonished. For 3-4 months, grown to 1,800 rupees. I thought I can leave this job and go for investing. That's the thing. The thing is, many people are not aware of all these things. We should be open enough to know things. That's where we do mistakes. And we have a fear also. Nowadays, as that first person spoke about IPOs in those days, now it is all gone. Everything digital. You can open an account within 10 minutes. You can invest. Now Demat also grow and other things. I used to give these ideas to my colleagues to understand investing and other things. Especially Babu in my life, as everybody said, is very calm, clean, and he never tends to sell his product. He always educates first. He explains us to understand what is investing, why it is necessary, and the standard way of investing, not aggressive. And he will try to teach us how it should be done. So that's the key. Wow. That's why it's a big family. So it's a very, and also I learned from him many of the things we used to discuss, and I get some ideas from his way of speaking. Then I do research on it. Then I'll ask him. So some of the key factors I'll ask about. I always, only one thing I don't like with Babu is he always trusts UTA. I think many people got affected with that. I used to argue, why you only UTA? That's what I feel with him. I UTA. Just I came out of it. But what he says is all fund managers are the same thing. Only thing is, it depends on timing of the market and other things. That's the way, but only why UTA? With Babu, I always UTA Babu, I remember. I don't know now with everybody, but he was motivating factor for me to invest. My journey is to accumulate money for future generation. Veda Samrakshanam, Go Samrakshanam. I am taking care of four cows. So for that, to beat the inflation, I require something good, and it should be justified and legitimate money making. That's where mutual fund. So there Babu taught me a lot of inside water. So a lot other the SAP. The SAP is the great. Many people doesn't know that. The compounding effect. Simply just put money. It's not your money. You don't put it. So you should know which fund should be taken. That's why people like Babu. So in Bangalore, I think he's the only person very transparent. And also about commissions and all, people think that their fund managers will make money out of it. Nothing like that. He's very transparent in that also. He used to say, these things you can do direct fund also. Nobody will say that. Because normally, previously there was no direct fund. Nowadays people know there is always direct fund, so we should keep fund managers like this. It's not like that. Sometimes we don't know what to do. So people should be there like Guru only. So you also know to say Suklam Bhadram Vishnam, but you require a person like me. Because pronunciation also makes sense. Whatever you say, God should understand. So he knows only Sanskrit. Sa, Sha, Sha, Sha. Sa, I'm telling from here. Sha, Sha, Sha. Like that, all letters are there. Tha, 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 tha. Should be pronounced in right way. So it looks simple always. Any profession looks simple. But once you get into that, and eligibility and disciplines around it, that makes difference. So that's how investing also requires a person who understands better than us. We also understand some of the things, but key factors we may not be aware of it. So fund managers, they will have link with fund managers, they will share the ideas, that and all make difference. So that's how I feel fund managers like Babu should help. And a lot of other people also is waiting in the middle class, in any profession. Even priest profession also, nowadays for everybody, personal finance is must. Because to beat the inflation and make things, Surasni ma'am told in first, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Tamil Aram, Porul, Inbam, Veedu. We think this is the house. It's not a right house. It's a permanent house. In Geetha, our word says, Swagrihe Atithivat Vasanthi. So on the weekly, in your own house, even the customer, you should feel guest. Because it's not our house. Your own hard-earned money, you are paying EMI, but you should have awareness that it's not my house. Same way, investing also help you to learn philosophy. I practice that. Because I know that these are all only the best thing I like in investing portfolio is unrealized profit and loss. That is where you have to realize what you are. I don't know who found that this one verse. Unrealized profit and loss. Nobody can realize even profit, even loss. Ella inga BP ஏறும் ஷேர் மார்க்கெட் மாதிரி இங்க கொஞ்சம் ஏறும் வந்துருச்சுன்னா அன்னைக்கு காலம் மேல கால் போட்டு காப்பினா நெக்ஸ்ட் டே இறங்கிடுச்சுன்னா இங்கே you should realize what we are. So materialistic life is required. At the same time, realization you should do investments. After fluctuations வரும்போது you learn what is right. So in that way also investment is required. Same way for life also. I always add one more thing. I request all the investors here. Now you add dharmic investments also. You have to earn the money, appreciate it, then invest in the dharmic values. That's where that portfolio can be taken later also. So minimum Veda says 10% at least. 10% you have to invest in dharmic values. You can give for this one, what is that? You can support education, charity, anything. Dharmic values in that, it should start with your family first. I always say that. Because you have to see your family first, then community, then society comes in. So that also makes sense. So investment one part dharmic. So only 10% will teach it. It should be either demat money, it should be converted to that. So the fund charity investments, investment so dharmic investment. Beyond life it will help. We are standing here, we are having good health. Not because of so good deeds. So other investment portion you should do. I request. People know that, but many people think bullish money it's only it should be used, not never dependent. We should depend ourselves. It should be used. Money is a tool. That's a growing method. Economy, they understand better. So they give us DDP. Now, Sanskrit terms, but capital gains, capex. Suddenly, I make a message. What do you mean by capex? I Google the Papa. But sometimes you have a way of telling different. That's one name crypto. I was asking, crypto எல்லாம் இதே தான், இங்கே இருக்கிறதா அதே எல்லாம் ரிட்டர்ன்ஸ் வைஸ் எல்லாம் கொடுத்தாங்க. அதனால ஸோ ஐ வாஸ் கிவிங் மீ அந்த இது கொடுத்தார் கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ். கிரிப்டோனா நத்திங் ஒன்று, அதில் போட்டால் ஒன்று இதெல்லாம் இல்லை நத்திங், எல்லாம் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் லைக் திஸ். கொஞ்சம் ரிஸ்க் ஜாஸ்தி அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ ஒரு கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் இட்ஸ் ரிக்வயர்டு இல்லையா? ஸோ அது மாதிரி நிறைய யூஸ் டு கிவ் வேல்யூபிள் சஜஷன்ஸ், வேல்யூபிள் ஃபீட்பேக். அண்ட் ஆல்சோ இதான் சொன்னால் பேஷண்ட்டாக கேட்டுப்பாரு, எது கேட்டாலும் பேஷண்ட்டாக கேட்டு யூஸ் டு கிவ் அஸ் ரைட் ஃபீட்பேக் அண்ட் ரைட் அட்வைஸ் அதெல்லாம் கொடுப்பார். அண்ட் எவர் எதையுமே ஃபோர்ஸ் பண்ணும். அப்புறம் இந்த கான்ஃபிடன்ஸில் ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் இன்வெஸ்டிங் இன் டைரக்ட் ஸ்டாக்ஸ். அதுக்கப்புறம் டிமேட் ஓப்பன் பண்ணி டைரக்ட் ஸ்டாக்ஸில் அது ஒரு கான்ஃபிடன்ஸ் தான் அவர் சொல்லி அவர் he was encouraging me for that also. That time also he used to give me cautions. ஜாக்கிரதை அது மாதிரி இந்த மாதிரி மெயின் இது இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ தட்ஸ் ஹவ் அது ஒரு டிஃப்ரெண்ட் ஜர்னி வித் பாபு. ஐ விஷ் ஹிம் ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட் ஃபியூச்சர்.
I think that was a wonderful insight by Mr. Mahesh. Thank you. As he said, that we should build our dharmic portfolio together with this portfolio. This portfolio we have to leave and go. Dharmic portfolio we can carry with us. I now request Mr. Shankar Chandrasekar, ex-managing director, who was ex-managing director at Accenture, to share his journey. And also I request the panelists to be ready. Next we'll have the panel discussion. So I request them also to simultaneously get ready.
Good evening everyone, and congratulations Babu and VS Financial family for having had a 20 fantastic years. I think you have had great years, and the best is yet to come. So a lot more wonderful years for you, and I wish you all the best. So I think Mr. Shankar Hosakere, I don't know where, but when he said that he has a grudge with Babu, my grudge is, I mean, why does he call people like me to talk when I hardly have anything to contribute? But nevertheless, neither do I have sense of humor like Mr. Shankar Hosakere or like Mahesh sir to give kind of connect religion and talk that way, right? And Babu asked me to share my investment philosophy. I think that's kind of too much. I don't think I really have one in that sense. But nevertheless, since he asked me to talk, I thought about it. And what I thought was, I mean, over the last 30 years since I started my investment journey, there are some things that I did right. There are some things that I did terribly wrong. So what I can share with you is my experience. I mean, this may not be rocket science. Most of you may know this. But just sharing it, I came up with 3 points. The first is what I did not do right? If I were to do something today, I think when you start your investment journey, you have to think big and have a far-sighted vision. And that I think, I mean, I failed. I can give you a few examples. I worked for Wipro in the 80s and early 90s. And that time, guys, I mean, I was into little bit of stock investing because I am from Gujarat, so I mean, people do that there. I mean, I didn't know much, but once in a while I would apply. But the guy sitting next to me, a close friend actually at that time, told me that, why don't you apply Infosys, I mean, IPO shares? And I said, no, software company kya karega? I mean, I was in software industry myself, but I had no clue that the software industry will explode like that. And then in 2000, I mean, I lived in the US for 6 years, came back in 2000, and that time, I mean, an aunt of mine told me, why don't you buy a villa in Palm Meadows? And I could have bought it at that time. I mean, today it's out of reach. I mean, kind of, it has appreciated, I don't know how many times, 10 times, 20 times. Right? So what I'm trying to say is, one needs to look at how the world will be 20 years from now, 30 years from now. So if India is going to be a 15 trillion economy in 2040, then we need to plan for that and have our vision accordingly. If we have that, I think we can work wonders. So if someone were to start today, I think they should start thinking of how India will be 20 years from now and plan their journey. I mean, even now it's not too late. I can still look at what is coming for the next 20 years and be wiser. I mean, better late than never. The next thing is in investment. I think this I have done thankfully well because of Babu. Otherwise, I may not have done, because what happens is when you're working, I mean, you're so busy with work that you hardly get any time to figure out what to do with your investment. That's kind of a once in a while, once in 12 months that you might look at it, if at all. But with Babu, I think the next thing is I'm saying in investment, you need discipline, patience, and stay calm when things don't go well. I think this is not, as I said, not rocket science, everyone knows it, but then hard to follow. And I think Babu has kept me honest. He has made sure that I do that. And I am really thankful to him for that. Even the first thing, the first point I said, be far-sighted, think big. Maybe if I had known Babu 30 years ago, it would have helped me better. But nevertheless, I now know him for at least 22 years, I think. So it has been a fantastic journey. So be far-sighted, think big is the first point. The second is be disciplined in investing, stay calm, and be patient, because nothing happens. Rome was not built in a day. The third point is, I think, when you are in this journey, if you are a mountaineering, if you climb mountains, then you need a Sherpa if you're going to the Himalayas. If you are a cricketer, you may be Virat Kohli, but you still need a coach. I don't think any of us are, at that, maybe you are, I should not underestimate, but I am nowhere near that. But what I'm trying to say is, so you need a coach. If you are in this finance business, you need someone who understands that field. So Babu my experience with Babu is terrific, because I think he has also learned over 20 years. So one is, he came with a lot of knowledge, and then you learn, and then he meets so many people, and that gives a lot of different perspective. And that has helped me in every decision that I have taken. So I think it's important, just like a mountaineer needs a Sherpa, anyone who is trying to invest in market, he needs to have a financial advisor, and a financial advisor who is good, whom you can trust. And I think the previous speakers mentioned that, he doesn't pressurize you, he's very amiable, and he's very honest, and he's accessible, and he's knowledgeable. So what more do you need? So I think it has been a fantastic journey for me, and I'm sure most of you or all of you will share the feelings with me. So thank you very much, and wish Babu and VS Financials 25 more spectacular years, at least to start with. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shankar Chandrasekar. I now request Mr. Ganesh Mahabala to come on stage and share his journey.
I'm okay. I think I'm... First of all, congratulations, Babu and VS Financials family for achieving this wonderful journey of 2 decennial financial services. More than that, I can say friendly financial services. And many of you talked very high about Babu, praised him, but I will again bore you, Babu, with praises. My journey started with Babu, almost 20 years now, 2 decennial. 1 more year to go, then it becomes 2 decennials. It's all started when I started my investments in mutual funds and trying to figure out how to invest and where to invest. And those days, in 2004, there were many people who are the companies, small companies, who are coming together and saying that, hey, we will manage your investments, we are too busy on the work. But they were all here to just sell their products. They were just coming and selling the products which are suiting to them. And that is the time my cousin, Mr. Jai Prakash, said, hey, you may want to look at this person, wonderful person called Babu. You want to talk to him. With half-minded, half this thing, I told, okay, let me meet one more person, because I already experienced some of these advisors. And I'll tell you, there was no regret, and I am very thankful to Mr. Jai Prakash as well, my cousin who referred Babu. It was a wonderful 2 decennial journey. Babu was there every moment of my investment requirements, and Babu has, as every one of you told, thank you, Babu, for giving that friendly advice, and his whole VS Financial Services and Babu has become integral part of my family. It is more than investments. He is like brother to me. He looks at every investment as his own brother's money, which is getting invested. And thank you, Babu. And I conclude saying that thank you, Babu, and thank you, Babu, brother. Thank you, Babu.
Thank you very much, sir, for that warm affection which you have showed in Mr. Babu. We have few more clients to give the testimonials. Now we have this panel discussion. After that, we may have few more clients. And I request all of you to please stay through. We have a special program which is being done by the blind students of Shree Ramana Maharishi Academy for the blind from Bangalore. So please stay further and cheer the children. It's a specially arranged program. And this panel discussion is on mantras for successful investing. We already had our Mr. Mahesh Vadyar who told a lot of mantras. And now we have Mr. Venkatesh Iyer who will be the moderator for this panel discussion. Mr. Venkatesh Iyer, a seasoned, versatile professional with proven experience of over 20 years, delivering results that influenced positive business growth and brand image successfully. Chosen to spearhead diverse, large, and important assignments on a national organizations. He started with as an investment advisor in ICICI Bank Limited. He was AVP, National Trainer with Franklin Templeton, Senior Vice President Distribution South with UTI AMC, and he was AVP with HSBC, then Senior Manager Sales with HDFC, and also Regional Marketing Officer for Sundaram AMC. And I now hand over this podium to Mr. Venkatesh Iyer. He will take you through this panel discussion.
Thank you, ma'am. That is a nice introduction. So just one small thing. That's a reverse chronological order I worked. Last I worked was ICICI Bank. The first I worked was Sundaram Mutual. That's okay. Very, very nice to see you. A lot of successful investors. I'm meeting a lot of successful investors whose journey has been navigated by none other than Mr. Babu Arunachalam, who has been a very senior colleague in the industry. I have known him from 2003 when he came to Empanel as a mutual fund distributor to HDFC Mutual Fund, where I was the manager. Since then, we have been interacting. Very nice gentleman. A lot of things to say about him. Already all of you have taken away that thing. A lot of things have been said. So nothing much to say further. But he has been a very humble person for the kind of success he had in life, especially very few in Bangalore city who can boast of the kind of business he's doing in this particular domain. So hardly we can count it by our fingers, the amount of money managed by people who are individuals who are in this business. He's one among them and has been very successful. So let me congratulate him before I move forward. So my name is Venkatesh. I have already been introduced to you. I am around 21 years of experience in this industry. Last 5 years I have been on my own. So I call it quits when I was 44. For last 5 years I'm teaching in a couple of institutions like Christ and Jain, and I also a freelance corporate trainer, majorly into investment related training. And I also do a little bit like what Babu sir does, help some people with respect to investments. And I have done my commerce graduation from University of Kerala, passed out in 94. Then Masters in Management from Mumbai University. In 97 I passed out. I am a CFA charter holder. I am also a certified financial planner. I live in Bangalore, originally from Thiruvananthapuram. So that's my background. And without wasting much of time, let's move on to the panel discussion. All of you must be really excited to hear and listen to. We have a very good panelist today, who have diverse experience, young people, little older people. It's a mix of experience and youth we have in the panel, just like an Indian cricket team. We have Virat Kohli also, we have Shubman Gill also in the team. Similarly, we have that kind of pattern in our panel. So I will slowly start introducing one by one. They will come into the podium. And let me start with the senior most in the panel. He is none other than Mr. Raja, who has spent more than 3 decades in the industry. He is a postgraduate in mathematics as well as management, and also spent 33 years with Unit Trust of India, held diverse assignments in Unit Trust of India at the national level. I had the honor of working with him for 4 years. So give a big round of applause for him. Sir, please have a seat, sir. So let's move on to our second panelist. He's also a very, very senior person in the industry, been in the industry for more than 2 decades, and known to me personally also. Well, he's currently working with Canara Robeco AMC. His name is Gopinath. He is a chemical engineer and an MBA in marketing. He has worked across various areas in financial services covering retail lending, corporate finance, securities trading, etc. Worked in organizations like you have Cholamandalam Finance, Alliance Mutual Fund, and now in Canara Robeco. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thank you. Please give him a big round of applause. So next we have Mr. Siddhartha from UTI. Can I have, yeah. Siddhartha heads southern region in UTI currently. He has also been a colleague who worked with me for 4 years in UTI. He has been a very seasoned professional with more than 2 decades of experience. Please put your hands together for him. So now let's move on to at least there should be gender equality. So we have a person from the other gender also in the panel. Let me have the privilege of welcoming Ashu. Ashu, please come in. Ashu heads South India business for DSP Mutual Fund. She handles family offices and other e-business initiatives. She has been in the industry for more than 20 years. She has worked in ICICI Bank prior to DSP Mutual Fund. Being a very, very senior professional, definitely she will add value to this panel. Welcome, Ashu. So let's move to Mr. Bikash. Mr. Bikash Behra is an MBA from Pune University. He's a CFA charter holder. Been with mutual fund for almost 15 years, predominantly with HDFC Mutual Fund, holding different positions in the organization. Currently, he is heading the solution-based products for South India in HDFC Mutual Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, please. The last but not the least, the young blood. Let me introduce Mr. Gagan Vijan from ICICI Mutual Fund. Please come in, Gagan. Gagan is a very, very qualified person. He is a FRM. That is, very few people have that qualifications in India. FRM is Financial Risk Manager. And he's also pursuing his CFA. He's a level 3 candidate for CFA. And he is currently managing products for ICICI Mutual Fund in South. I think he's majorly focused on fixed income products. Am I right? Thanks a lot for coming in. So we have our panel full here. So let's get into an exciting 45 minutes to an hour, depending upon how many questions we are going to ask us. Okay? So today's topic, am I audible? Without the mic itself, I should be audible. Okay. Today's topic is how to be successful in investing. So what are the mantras for successful investing? So we have this topic. Most of you are already on the path of success or being already made some decent returns with respect to your investment because you have been with Babu sir for almost more than 10-20 years. But still, it's good to revisit some of the things, learn new things. It's a very dynamic topic. Investment is a very, very dynamic topic. It keeps changing every day. So, but there are certain things which doesn't change in investments. So, the key thing, why some people are successful in investments, some people are not successful in investments. So ultimately, what makes a successful investor different than other people is that they don't do different things, they do things differently. And it is the belief system with respect to investments which matters. Just like for a person to be successful in his life, the personal beliefs becomes very, very important. Just like that, in each domain, if you want to be successful in each domain, you need to be having very good belief system with respect to that domain. So when we are young, we are being told that certain things are right, certain things are wrong. Don't harm anybody. These are value systems. So if you follow the value system, we become good individuals over a period of time. Similarly, in investments, you need to have good belief systems which you need to follow, which you need to learn from time to time. So today we have a very, very good panel. We can share some thoughts on this. So let me put the first question to the panel. The first question is for all the panelists. They will quickly respond very shortly. Then we will go into the specifics. Okay, so what are the few things, the topmost things according to you will decide the success for an investor in his investment journey? Mr. Raja, I can start with you.
Thank you. Thanks. Perfect planning preparation.
Hold closer.
Perfect planning preparation prevents poor performance. So this is basically you have to have a plan, and you have to, the second part is much more important. Not having a plan on paper will not suffice. That is much easier. The hardest thing is to stick to the plan during the rain and shine, during bulls and bearish market. Because the constancy to purpose has to be there. If that is not there, the cost of infidelity during these times are quite high, especially during these peak times. The third is, my belief is, instead of scouting for winners, avoid the losers. The via negativa, or in the Indian terminology, neti approach, where you avoid the losers, the winners takes care for themselves. And the fourth and the most is, most of the time we feel, under status quo, we say it is bad. But there is value of doing nothing also. The bias for action sometimes lands us into some investor pitfalls, and which has happened because when the market changes, we want also to change, and the bias for action does quite a lot of loss. It gives a lot of loss to us, and all our profits will be eroded. So the bias for action also, because action is good, but bias for action sometimes is quite horrible. In the end, sometimes benign neglect is the secret to our investment success.
Okay. Thanks. A wonderful opening remark.
I would like to, articulate under the backdrop of identifying your biases. So predominantly, I categorize biases into two aspects. One will be your emotional biases, and then one will be your cognitive biases. Identifying those biases, overcoming those biases, that is the idea behind having that, the investment return versus the investor return, the differential part of it will be majorly kept out of that thing.
Okay, that's a very nice thought. So nowadays, the most researched topic in the world of investment is behavioral science. So he has touched upon that topic. We'll speak more about during the course. Yes, Bikash.
Thank you, sir, for having me here. My answer is very short, I will say. It is the sound investment plus time plus patience leads to wealth creation. That is the mantra, I will say.
Very nice, very short and crisp, because that was very good. So let's hear from a lady. Yes, Ashu.
So being the other gender, I like to give analogies. I don't like to jargonize a lot because all of us are used to listening to a lot of jargon, and most of it goes above our head. So I'll give you the simple analogy of when you want to go for a drive right up to Ooty, what do? You would choose a vehicle, you would get into the vehicle, you would ensure that you have your seat belts, you would ensure that the clutch and brake is working, you would catch some speed on the highway, you would catch some traffic jams on the way, you would have the hairpin turns up and down, going all the way up the hills. Now, what is the most important thing over here? A, you are setting out on this journey, you have decided to go on this journey. So don't get distracted from that. Have a good navigator, have a good sarathi, who will take you through this journey. And don't quit midway. Because if you quit midway, then you will never reach OT. So that's very simply put, even in the investment parlance, make sure that you have your seat belt on, your clutch and brake is working fine, your accelerator is working fine, you are invested in the right products, you have the right vehicle in which you are moving, you have a good Sarathi who is taking you to your destination, and don't get distracted by anything other than being there to enjoy the journey. You will certainly reach your goal, sometimes sooner than later, sometimes later than sooner.
Thank you. That is a very nicely put, simple way. Thanks, Ashu. Yes, Siddharth.
Yeah, so hi, good evening everyone, and once again many congratulations to Babu sir for this 20 years of his venture. So you know, I've been in investments, or I have been in the mutual fund industry for about 16, 17 years, and in my 16, 17 years, I think the three things that stand out for me is for a person to be a successful investor is start as early, be as regular, and be as long-term as possible. So I think these are the three simple things that I have learned. And apart from that, there are a couple of other things which you know you need to delve into, which is one is what are the products that you are investing in. Be fully aware of the investment products. Don't get carried away by a lot of noise in the market about exotic products which give fantastic returns, because generally we'll tend to end up falling on our face. So just be aware of the products and cut out the noise from what you are hearing from the market, and don't let emotions play with your investment decisions. I think it is very clear to keep a level head when you are deciding on your investments, and that is something that one needs to keep in mind for being a successful investor, especially in the long term.
Thank you, Siddharth. Very, very profound thought. Yes, Gopi.
Hi, good evening. Thanks, and let me start on a lighter note. I think after hearing some of the clients of Babuji, I thought they could have been equally good panelists. I think a lot of you all shared all your wonderful experiences and a lot of insights. I think for me, there are two elements of this word successful investing. Of course, all the panelists spoke about investing, but I think I want to step back and look at what is success as such, right? So it can mean many things to many different people, right? Is it only returns? That's a question all of you all have to ask yourself. I think in general, most people are extremely savvy in saving money, especially in the Indians part. I think we really are pretty savvy in knowing how to save money, but I think all of you all have to ask what exactly is success for you all. Is it like transition of wealth? Is it like multiplying your wealth manifold? Is it like you want to have a regular return? If you are able to crack that part, then the investing part for me becomes easier. The tougher part is ask the serious question to yourself as to what you exactly want to do with the money. There are tools available. There are obviously people available to guide you on this in estimating as to what you want to do with the success. But that is for me the critical part, is to see what exactly you want to achieve with the money, like many other things in life, right? So it's as simple as what you want to do with life. So that the same concept applies to this also. And once you crack it, then I guess whatever my co-panelists have told will help you. But for me, I think the most critical and difficult part is the party, which is what you want to do with the money.
Thanks. It's a very good thing. So having a purpose is very, very important. That's what Gopi was mentioning. Even in investing, having a purpose. See, most of the investors, when you ask somebody who's a rookie, who's just starting to invest, most of the people say, I want to make a return. Is the return the end purpose of investing? Definitely not. So one of the key things a mutual fund distributor or a consultant can help you is to identify your purpose of investing and take you through that journey. So that's where the importance of people like Mr. Babu comes in, and he has really helped that many people around here. So having heard the panelists, their initial remarks, now we are going to some specifics in investments. So I am going to talk about asset allocation to begin with. See, the asset allocation is the most important part. If you ask anybody who's successful in this industry, who's been a good investor, from Warren Buffett to Peter Lynch to anybody for that matter. Our asset allocation, they keep on repeating these things. So let's start with a question. A couple of panelists will answer this question. So what is asset allocation, Ashu, and how important is asset allocation when it comes to investing for an investor?
So, going back to the olden days, our grandparents used to mention, don't keep all your eggs in one basket. And it only meant that, if you kept the eggs separately, if the basket fell, then only one egg would actually break up and the others would still have some, hatching, and then you could grow your poultry farm out of that. Now, in today's parlance, when you're talking about asset allocation, you're saying the same thing. Don't put all your investments in one basket. But when you're looking at investments, it's not just about buying two different stocks. It's not just about buying a large cap, mid cap, small cap. That's not asset allocation. It is not just diversifying through different mutual fund companies, 3 different mutual fund companies. That also is not asset allocation. Asset allocation has to actually take care of 4 purposes in life. The first purpose is that you want your money to grow. So you have to create a basket of investment which will grow. Then the second purpose of asset allocation is to give you regular income when you need it. What's the use of all the money that has grown if it is not available to you when you need it? So the second basket should be a basket which is available to you when you need it. So your regular monthly income. The third basket that you should create should be something that gives you liquidity. Liquidity for emergencies, liquidity for taking advantage of any kind of availability of asset at a discount. Any distress sale that is available, you should be able to capture that. If the market is falling 30-40% and you don't have cash to buy, if you want to buy a land which is going through a stress deal or through an auction, if you don't have liquidity to buy, then there's no point of the discount over there. So your third bucket should actually be able to capture any kind of events in the market where you could buy at a discount. And the fourth and the most important bucket would be a bucket which would help you deal with a crisis in the market or the economy. So for example, a situation like war, a situation like hyperinflation, a situation where the rupee is falling very strongly and you are becoming not very competitive in the global world. That kind of a situation needs to fight inflation. So you need a fourth bucket which will help you fight inflation. So to sum it up, you put different investment goals. Once you have achieved your accumulation phase, you put in your money in 4 different buckets, and then that will help you actually have a better risk adjusted portfolio. So whenever markets are falling, rates are going up, you are invested in fixed income, you've made money over there. Whenever there's war, you're invested in gold, you've made money over here. Whenever India is not doing well, you're invested in US, you're making money over there. So the whole idea of asset allocation is actually to make money irrespective of how the economy is doing, how the markets are doing.
Thank you, Ashu. Gagan, your thoughts?
Great, okay. That was very comprehensive, Ashu, thank you. So specifically when I talk about asset allocation, we specifically, still identify, see if I have to put some numbers in perspective, India at this point in time around 47 lakh crores in total mutual fund AUM. Out of that, around 13 lakh odd crores sit in fixed income, which on a whole contribute less than 8% of your total bank and time and demand deposits. So still I would like to believe that we are very equity heavy country when it comes to mutual fund parking. So let me give a couple of examples wherein a better risk adjusted return asset classes are there available. Just let me give you some examples. So I would like to classify these things into I would like to give 3 examples, starting with real estate, then gold, and then currency. So specifically if I talk about real estate on a whole, so NAREIT is one of the international representations of real estate companies which collectively hold, operate and lease out rental yielding real estate companies, right? So I was looking at the data. Number crunching is something that comes very naturally to me. So last 50 years I've been looking at the data. NAREIT globally has contributed 12% against an S&P 500 which has done 8%. So that is 4% outperformance compounded over last 50 years. I don't need to explain the proficiency of compounding, that to 4% over last 50 years. So why not look at a real estate in sort of diversification, right? When it comes to gold, predominantly if I consider any emerging market for that matter of fact, the returns on the gold have been much higher than the equities for last 20-23 years. This predominantly comes under the backdrop that currencies have been depreciating, right? Again, during times, as Ashu was mentioning, during times of exigency, during times of uncertainty, these assets become a much better hedge as compared to equity. Again, finally coming to dollar and rupee, again this has been a very exceptional asset class for me. Simply putting I don't want to be very technical, simply talking about the interest rate differential and the quantum with which the rupee has depreciated, this becomes a very interesting asset class to have that 2.5% kind of risk-free rate for an investor.
Great. Thanks, Ashu and Gagan for that view. So just to put things in perspective of asset allocation, why you need asset allocation? The key thing is winners rotate. Not a single asset class keeps performing year after year. So you need to have all asset classes in different proportions so that you are there with winner most of the times. And also another thing which matters is your risk-taking ability and your return expectations also matters to when it comes to asset allocation. And not one single asset class will give you 3 requirements for an investor, which is growth, regular income and liquidity. Not a single asset class available today in the world which can give all these 3 things into a single asset class. That is why you need asset allocation. So let's move ahead to next one. Continuing with asset allocation, there is a concept of strategic and tactical asset allocation. I would like Raja sir to speak on that.
I'll start on a lighter side. Tactical asset allocation is in cricket, you have the team and the various places. A pinch hitter is a tactical asset allocation. You send somebody ahead of this thing if situation warrants. Having said that, tactical asset allocation is how you prepare to achieve your financial goals by having asset allocation, by having certain amounts depending upon your risk return profile, invest in various asset classes so that your financial goals are achieved. But at certain point of time, you have sometimes a change, suddenly equity goes down, you try for the short-term variations, you try to tamper with that asset allocation, you try to change it so that to enhance the returns. But having said that, tactical asset allocation is also required, but as in cricket, pinch hitter never always gives the required result. Similarly, in tactical asset allocation also, if you go for short-term calls, sometimes the short-term calls can go wrong also, and that can upset your plan of that overall asset allocation also. So a little bit tweaking here and there in response to the current market condition, current economic condition, to shift the asset allocation a bit is okay. But if you do it a bit more, perhaps it can go, it can give reverse results also.
Thank you, Raja sir. That's a wonderful analogy of asset allocation, strategic and tactical to the cricket field. When I'm rounding off this thing, I will also tell you an analogy about cricket because your thoughts on the same.
Sure. So, as sir discussed, what is strategic is like you buy and hold it till time, you are planning. Whatever is your horizon, based on your risk appetite, decide something, decide the asset allocation and stick to it till time, you have the horizon. And this other side is that you to take advantage of the market cycle or maybe the risk or maybe the opportunity, you tweak temporarily your asset allocation. That is the other side. So, both the side has their own advantage and disadvantage. Ideally, I will say it is better to go for the strategic side, the higher allocation. and little bit to take advantage, you can do that, but at the same time, as sir was saying, it will come with its own risk, like it will have tax implications. You may go wrong also, and at times nobody can time the market perfectly. So you have to keep that also in mind. So ideally, larger percentage should go to the strategic part, and a smaller percentage you can do it based on your convenience. Thank you.
Thank you, Bikash and Raja sir. I will just round it off. Since he has started with the cricket, just to make it a little more simplification of the concept of asset allocation, strategic and tactical. Suppose Rohit Sharma goes to the field of 50 overs match with a bowling plan. So first 5 overs Bumrah, 5 overs Shami will start the bowling. Then the first change will be the next bowler. Like that, they will have a plan, which over, whom should bowl. But suddenly, unexpectedly, that day, David Warner will have a good day. He will start hitting Bumrah for sixes. So what he has to do, he has to bring in some changes, bring some other bowler for the 2 overs, try to get wickets, make it slow down, then again bring back his main bowler. So the strategic and tactical asset allocation is like that. The strategic asset allocation will always be based on your risk profile and return expectations. Suppose I want to make a fund for my retirement corpus, I need to invest 70% equity, 30% debt. That is my strategic asset allocation long term. But intermittently, there are opportunities, markets falls or something happens, I will change that asset allocation to take advantage of the situation. Then again move back to the original asset allocation later. That is the difference between tactical and strategic asset allocation. So let's move on to the next question. That is a very interesting question. I would start with Gopi. Gopi, time in the market or timing the market?
Okay. What Venki is trying to say is, do you want to be present in the market all through, or are we one of those smart guys who can predict the market? I should use the word predict and not forecast. We can't use those terms interchangeably. And if you are capable of that, at least I would say that none of us are capable, but if you are capable of the powers of forecasting, then you should actually be timing the market, right? And what is forecasting is all the self-taught guys or the YouTube guys who basically say that over the next 10 days, this is what is going to happen, and this stock price will reach this. Yeah, if you want to believe it, you surely should be timing the market. But I'm hoping that most of us do not subscribe to that part of the view. I'm sure part of us would have learnt it the hard way, hopefully not too much hard. But in case you have learnt it the hard way, where you assume that every IPO is worth the gold, and then you learnt it that some of the IPOs don't even reach the issue price, then of course this concept of time the market doesn't come. Now what Venki is trying to say is basically the market tends to never be sane, right? When I say that, I mean it, because the market tends to overreact to all situations, both the good and not so good. We have seen this last week, right? So one election and then the market reacts. One war news, something else happens. Market takes time to reconcile to what is the reality. Human behavior is that you tend to react to all these situations. It is human. We are all humans. There are 3 elements that influence your investment decision, which is greed, fear, and hope. These are the 3 elements. If you look back to whatever decisions you have taken, it zeroes down to these 3 things. So in a way, to remove this unfortunate bias of timing the market, you basically stick on to the winning horses or the horses that you think have the credibility. You live with it all through the thick and thin, and more often than not, and statistically proven, if you are able to live through this phase, at least 9 out of 10 times you come out on the winning side. Now, the quantum of winning could be different, but at least you're not losing money. So effectively, timing the market is surely only for people who can have that ability. But otherwise, in general, it'll be good that if you stay invested, primarily because the market tends to overreact on both sides. So in a way, if you are able to stay through the market, you always get what we popularly call as the best days in the market, where the market then gives you those meaningful returns that will give you the benefit of compounding. I think to that extent, most belief is that timing the market is not actually good, and spending time in the market will help you generate long-term wealth. That is the requirement.
Thank you. Siddharth, your thoughts? I think that's on.
So I think I completely agree with my co-panelist, and I would probably reinforce my view that time in the market is definitely much more important than timing the market. We have statistical data to prove that even if you look at the last 15-year backtested data, and you say you put a SIP at the lowest NAV for a month, you take out that data and the lowest NAV for a month, you put a SIP, and you generally put a SIP on a normal day, whichever date you choose, the difference in returns over a 10-15 year period is minuscule. It's at about 150 basis or 200 basis points. So there is actually very little to gain from trying to time the market, probably. And to time the market to get all the lowest NAV days over a period of 10 years, 15 years is impossible. It's not even next to impossible, right? So time in the market is definitely much more important than trying to time the market. Those of us who are probably traders can probably look at that option, but I think for 99% of retail investors like all of us, I think staying in the market in the long term is what is beneficial for everything. I think for creating wealth and also for maintaining health.
Thank you. That's a profound thought from both of you. And what Warren Buffett had said about this topic is a very interesting quote from Warren Buffett. Pardon me if you felt a little bit offensive about the quote. So what Warren Buffett says is that it takes 9 months to have a baby. You cannot make 9 ladies pregnant and have a baby in 1 month. So that's how investment is all about. You need to have time. You have to invest and wait. It is a long journey. It is not. It is a marathon. It is not a sprint. Investment journey is like a marathon. It's not a sprint. So just on a lighter note, it's like marriage. There will be short-term volatility. Long-term, it will be good. Yes or no? That's it. So let's move to the next question. This one for Ashu. What returns to expect from various asset classes when someone is investing? See, somebody wants to know equity or a debt, which one will give better returns, and how much return one should expect. Is it market specific, asset specific, or it's a combination of both?
Okay, it's a combination of both, but broadly, see, if you're investing in equity, it is like this. You wake up in the morning, you brush your teeth, you're giving profits to Colgate or whichever, Patanjali, I don't know. You shower, you're giving profits to Hindustan Liver. You're having your multivitamins, you're giving profits to one of the medicine companies. You're driving to office, you're giving profits to the car company, Kia or Maruti or whoever. You're filling petrol, you're giving profits to IOCL, HPCL, BPCL, and so on and so forth. You're writing with a pen, you're giving profits to that company. You're writing on the paper, you're giving profits to ITC. Broadly, when you are investing, the profits that go to the company are the profits you tend to enjoy. However, these profits are not linear. It doesn't happen that if you've given 15% profit to your toothpaste company, you get back 15% on the same day if you invested in the stock of the company. Because there are so many people investing together, there are days when some say that I don't think this is going to make profit today, and there are some saying it's going to make profit. So because a lot of psychology is involved over there, the prices tend to go up and down, the NAVs tend to go up and down. But eventually, if you stay through a 5, 6, 7, 8 year period, the profits of the company is what is going to be eventually the return that you are going to make. Now, coming to fixed income, in fixed income, probably Gagan can add better, but whatever is the borrowing cost of the company is the money that you are going to make if you stay invested for that period. So if a company is borrowing for a 3-year period at say 8%, you stay invested for 3 years in that mutual fund, you will make that 8%. However, in between, if RBI increases or reduces rates, there will be some capital gains or capital losses. You need not worry about that. If you're staying through the journey, then for that 3-year period, you will make the return that the company has borrowed for. Likewise in gold, it normally mirrors the rate of inflation. So for example, if inflation is going up at say 5%, and gold has not given you any returns in the last 10 years, then rest assured, in the next 4 or 5 years, it will compound that 5% and give you returns in 1 or 2 years. So that's how returns happen. You have to look at what is driving the return. The driver of the return is basically the profitability or the underlying cost of the investment, and that's what you will receive over the time that you are invested in.
Thank you. Gagan, your thoughts?
Sure. So specifically, I would like to answer this thing on various time horizons. Say over a long period of time, specifically talking about India, do we expect the growth of real GDP to be somewhere around 6.5? The answer is yes. Do we expect inflation to be somewhere around 5.5? The answer is yes. So invariably, this country, this beautiful country, is going to give me a 12% growth nominally on a passive investment. Can an active management add another 2-3%? Yes. Can the interim volatility add another 2-3% to the SIP returns? The answer is yes. So 17-18% on an equity on a SIP return, I am bullish, right? See, we can talk about interim volatility in so many different forms, right? Starting 2016, I would like to take the help of the crowd. How many people thought that it would be a very difficult year because of the demonetization that happened and people restricted themselves from investing in 2016? Right? It was a risk year. Starting 2017, we had the rollout of GST. 18-19, we had the NBFC crisis. 20, COVID happened. See, we can find reasons not to invest, but the idea is since 2016, markets have almost tripled now, right? So that is my take on equities as far as long term is concerned. Over the short period of time, yes, we do have some bouts of risk spill over from Western markets into our country. So that might be on account of high inflation in the Western markets, or Europe still continues to be a poster boy for weakness for global equities. Having said that, yes, there is always an opportunity. I look interim volatility with respect to opportunity. And yes, India will do amazingly well as far as equities are concerned. Coming to fixed income, I have been telling all my investors, starting April 2022, when your interest rates start, co-hiking of interest rates started, at that point in time, this became an asset class which couldn't be missed out of anybody's pocket, right? And having said it, the Western markets today stand at, spiking or maximizing of short-term interest rates and long-term interest rates is an attribute that is normally associated with a slowdown phase. What follows is contraction, right? Contraction phase mein equities of course are not expected to do that great, but at the same time interest rates are expected to go down. So currently a 10-year GSEC in India is standing at somewhere around 720, and at the brink of interest rates going down, can we have a mark-to-market effect of say upwards of 10%? The answer is absolutely yes. That's where fixed income as an asset class is one of the most lucrative asset classes at this point in time.
Thank you, Gagan and Ashu, for your views. Just a small, I'm not disagreeing with Gagan on the equity returns aspect, because his hairs are all black and mine is all white. That difference, I will tell you the 5% difference. He told 16, 17, I am conservative 12%. Expect 10 to 12%, it will surprise you on the upper side. Have an expectation, because GDP plus inflation is what you should look at. Any markets for that matter, as Ashu told, another thing which will determine your equity returns. See, stock markets are slaves of corporate earnings. Mark this word. Stock markets are slaves of corporate earnings. If the companies do well, ultimately the stock will do well. But the markets will not give you linear return. Year after year after year after, stocks and stock markets won't give you same return. So the equity returns can either come front-ended or back-ended. As soon as you invest, you may get all the returns, then it will become very flat. Or it can happen at the end, all the returns can come after 3 or 4 years. So one need to have that longer the time horizon, more comfortable. you will. But through equity and making advantage of the volatility, SIP, SIPs have done really well. People have made that kind of a return, what he has told. But for me, having seen markets and a married life, keeping the expectation low is better always. Then deliver better. Don't promise higher. Then if you deliver little lower, then it is. That's why. Okay. So let's move on to the next interesting question. Everybody should keenly listen to this aspect. I will go to Raja sir. Sir, what is the connection between investor behavior and investor return? Is it very significant aspect of investment?
It's a significant aspect of investment. I think I'll just explain what the investor return and the scheme returns, and then explain that, because normally even 20 years before Morningstar introduced this concept, they don't give the returns of the scheme. They have a weighted average of the returns and the AUM, assets under management, and give the returns. So that clearly shows how many investors have benefited. For example, if you see the fact sheet, you get returns, 1 year return, 2 year, 3 years since inception. So many returns are there. Okay, something looks attractive. You have also invested in the fund, but you have not got the return. The since inception returns is 20%, it says. But you might have invested at some point of time and encashed at some point of time, you might have got even negative returns. So this is more important, and what the reason, there are many reasons, some based on investor behavior, some also based on the fund also. I will give each one separately. Investor, perhaps the NFO comes, doesn't, and in India this NFO concept is quite distinct for various reasons, quite popular. NFO comes, they bring in some 300 crores, then within 1 year the fund return doubles, it gives 50% returns. Immediately all the investors come there. The intelligent people come first, the fools come later. So everybody comes there, and suddenly the fund, perhaps for various reasons, the theme goes out of steam and the returns go down. So the fund has given huge returns since inception, but the investor, many of the investors are not benefited by that. The second reason could be due to the funds also. I am not pointing out specific funds. There are some funds which may not have, which may give good performance, but it is not scalable in size. It will give great returns if the fund size is 500,000 crores. I'm not speaking about the broad-based equity index funds, etc. It could happen, it could be some thematic funds, where the universe I saw recently, the universe is only 16 stocks. So naturally, the fund cannot, so the fund manager or the fund house should stop the sales or suspend the sales once it achieves some threshold limit. If it doesn't do, many investors come and perhaps they exit also because they don't get the, as Mr. Venkat said, the expectation is so high, but the delivery, even if it is a few basis points low, they exit from the fund. So investor behavior, and also if it is thematic, whether it can manage a size of 2,000, 5,000 crores has to be seen. So investors also has to choose accordingly. And always there's, after a fag, if you invest, then perhaps you will be on the losing side only. You have to invest first, and once it becomes so popular and everybody goes to invest, then you have a problem in hand.
Thank you, Raja sir. Very, very nice perspective. Gopi, your thoughts on this investor behavior?
Yeah. So investor behavior is all about emotions. It's about, how do I say, control your emotions. And this is not restricted to investments alone. It's for everything in life. You have a choice of many things in life, but you prefer to stick to something which you know because you have a framework, whether it's picking up a brand, going to a restaurant. Some of it is learned, some of it is heard, some of it is peer. So effectively, if you're able to keep your emotions intact, then most of the decisions you make in investment becomes easier because you have a framework under which you want to make the decision, right? So as what Raja Sahib was saying, human behavior is, if the market is under a concept of fear, then you want to redeem every investment that you have. If the market is in a bullish phase, the concept of greed takes over. You think that everything that you want to invest will turn good. So effectively, if you are able to have a framework under which you want to have your guidance in terms of what you want to do, then the emotions comes into a check. It's easier said than done because we are all humans. We are also educated, hyper-educated by CNBCs and economic types, so you are bound to react. But if you are able to keep those aspects in check and just focus on two things, one is the fact that the objective of your investment is what was the first topic that Venki had said, which you have decided that you will invest for a purpose. And that's why I said, please define why you want to make an investment. And second is, you have chosen the right vehicle to invest. Then all these things will come and go, unless it's a big Six Sigma event, unless it's an event that warrants you to react. More often than not, if you don't, and if you are supported by a good advisor, then the returns the fund has generated or the stock has generated will be very close to the returns from the time you have effectively done. It's a bit tough because you always have this concept, but over time it is far more easier if you are able to have your own framework under which you want to make those decisions. That's what I would say.
Thanks, Gopi. As I was listening to one of the earlier speakers who were speaking about even a player like Virat Kohli requires a coach, though he was not telling that he cannot be compared to Virat Kohli in investments, but that is how this comes here. Investor behavior determines the outcome most of the times. That is why you require somebody like Mr. Babu sir or anybody who is an investment consultant to guide you. So even Virat Kohli had a bad patch for 1.5 years. And he had gone to multiple coaches and practiced a lot of things to come back. So you may be very good at the skill sets. You may know every damn thing under the sun about investment, but at times you get emotionally disturbed or you end up taking wrong decisions. That's why having a person helping you with your investments is very, very important. That will streamline your investments better. Your behavior will be much better because somebody, see how does a coach seeing a match and a player seeing a match within the field, it's two different views you get. A person seeing the match from outside can think differently because the guy who's playing will have pressure of the game, everything. So a guy who's sitting outside and watching will have a different perspective to give you. That's why you need an investment consultant always to help you. How much ever smart you may be, how much ever good you may be. Believe me, I am myself in this industry for 25 years. I have an investment advisor whom I pay money. And he's a sounding board for
something that internally in UTI we came up with over the last 15 years, and market P is not really a foolproof method of calculating whether things are very expensive or not, but a broad indication. So whenever the market P was more than 20 and when the market P was less than 20, okay, that is the data points that we looked at, and what is the net equity inflows that has happened in these two data points. So whenever the market P has been above 20, when you generally would expect that the markets are reasonably expensive, the total inflow into equities was about 11 lakh crores. And when the market P was less than 20, the total net equity inflows was 16,000 crores. And if you look at the next 2-year, 3-year, 5-year CAGR of those, after those events, the difference is almost in double digits between these two categories. So this is essentially a clear example of what investor behavior is. When the markets are up, a lot of money gets pushed in. When the markets are down, a lot of money, not enough money comes in. So that's opposite to what actually should be happening.
A wonderful point, Siddharth. Just a small analogy. When you actually go for shopping for our clothing, suppose you are planning to buy a particular branded shirt or any other cloth, the cost of that thing is 2,000. When you suddenly land up in the mall, you see that 50% sale is happening. So it's available for $1,000. You will end up putting 4,000 and normally you will buy 4 of those. Yes, so this is a normal behavior. When the sale happens in stock markets, people run away. When COVID came in 2020 March, April, the Sensex came from 42,000 to 26,000. People were redeeming money. So our behavior changes exactly opposite when it comes to money than our normal behavior. That's why again you need somebody to help you. Okay, let's move on. The last question for the panel.
Venki, could I just add one point over here, just for a reference, a very clear reference over here. Most of us have a very old fund which started in 95, 96, 97, right? And some of you over here have invested since 2003, 2004. Just for a reference, I would quote one fund that our fund house has since 96. It's a 27-year-old fund. Now this fund has seen all kinds of ups and downs. It has seen Kargil war. It has seen .com boom and bust. It has seen, the global financial crisis. It has seen, the taper tantrums, what we call, US wanting to stop printing money. And so the world was collapsing because they wanted to stop printing money. It has seen that. It has seen, as recently, COVID. It has seen some 10 general elections. The most important thing, everybody says, should I invest before the election or after the election? Will the government do something, not do something? Despite seeing so many events in the last 27 years, anybody who invested 1 lakh would be sitting on 1 crore. There are more funds where if you invested 1 lakh, you would be sitting on 2 crores. And some funds where you would be sitting on 1.5 crores. The point is, through these 27 years, there are only 10 such investors who would have made that kind of money in every AMC. And the reason being, these events have driven people away. And they have not been able to mind their behavior during these events. If somebody could mind their behavior during these events, then there would have been an exponential growth. The so-called compounding that we talk about, to the power of X or to the power of T that we talk about will happen only if you are staying invested, and that happens if you can mind your behavior. So, if you want to become multi-crorepati, then that's what you have to do.
A very nice thing. So there is another fund of another fund house where if somebody has done 10,000 rupees SIP from 1995 to 2022 March, that is 1,20,000 per year, around 34 lakhs. As of now, the worth is, any guesses? Close to 14.5 crores. So the power of compounding. It has just given 17% CAGR, 17. Okay, that's possible. So let's move to the last question to the panel.
Benign neglect too. Benign neglect.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, last question. The importance of goal-based investing. Who can answer none other than Bikash, who's handling that portfolio for South in HDFC? Why is goal-based investing important?
So, thank you. Aligning your investment with goals, very, very crucial. See, all of us discussed about the return, the investment behavior and everything. But trust me, all these products are great. And all of us having great products in that way in terms of return. But what if it is not fulfilling our life goals? Few life goals like retirement, it is just not negotiable. I mean, you cannot have alternative. I mean, one day everybody has to retire. So for that, are you planning? And when we are planning, are we considering the risk, return, and the tenor effectively? When we will align our investment with the goals, it will bring discipline, it will have purpose for the investment, you will stay through because there is a purpose, you will consider the risk, you will consider the return, and effectively we will complete the journey. Because we don't complete the journey, most of the time we don't get the desired return. When it is aligned with goals, it is most likely will go through and you'll fulfill your dreams in that way. So the goals can be anything. But there should be a goal, assigned to each and every investment. If you have enough, that is great. But at least we should start with our goals to plan with.
Thank you. Because any other panel members would like to add to this question? Yes, Raja sir.
I just supplement a few. Goal also determines the risk you have to take. Suppose you have a total to chase 150 in 50 overs. You need not take risk. Suppose you have a goal when you need not invest in risky investment. You need not maximize the return. You can invest in returns which gives you mental peace of mind. Perhaps even a liquid fund if that goal is too small. So depending on the goal, basically the portfolio mix also changes because the risk you have to take to achieve the goal also reduces if the goal is not so big.
Thank you, Raja sir. That's very nice to conclude on that note. I would now ask each panel member to have a concluding remark, then we'll open up for Q&A. So let's start with Gopi. Finally, you say this is what it does to be successful.
Yeah, I think over the last 45 minutes, I'm sure you got a lot of insights. For me, again, I go back to the first point is that ideally, once you've done a deep dive in terms of what you want to do with your investment wealth, please cut out the noise. We are surrounded by hyper information and hyper noise. At times it's tempting that you keep changing your views. Very natural. Don't blame yourself for that. It's a very, very natural thing to have in life. But as long as you're able to do that, it's fine. I also heard some of the other testimonials which said, if you make the least number of losses or the mistakes, then the returns take care of themselves. That's what Mr. Raja said. So I think that is the key, is that don't go into unknowns, but please explore everything. Do not reject something on biases. So please do that. And don't be a slave of a particular asset, right? So there's nothing which says that equity is the only place to be or FD is the only place to be. Please explore everything. There is help available for you to get educated. But I think once you are able to get this right, at least don't ensure that 70% of your monies stay puts for those long term. Please do keep some money to dabble for all the new things that you want to do, but keep that value as what you can achieve as far as your constant is concerned. If you're able to do this, I think more often than not, I think the word success will be very close to what you desire.
Thanks, Gopi. Please, Siddharth.
Yeah, I think it's been a very fruitful discussion, and the basics just remain the same. What I mentioned in my first opening remarks: be as regular, start as early, be as regular, be for the long term, cut out the noise, do asset allocation, because asset allocation balances your risk assessment, your risk profile with the portfolio that you are looking at. Look at all asset classes. Be absolutely 100% aware of where you are investing. Don't try to sort of get into something exotic without having full knowledge about it. And that's about it. Just stick to basics. I think investment should actually be very boring. We try to make it very interesting, but I think just sticks to basics, and that's what it is for me.
Thanks, Siddharth. Ashu.
So life is changing continuously. Review and revisit your budgets. There was a time when we could make good with just one pair of shoes, with just 4 saris, with just one set of jewelry that our parents gave us, with a small house, was enough. As time goes by, our standard of living is changing. And with changing standard of living comes changing budgets. While you are budgeting for the changing standard of living, also keep budgeting for maintaining the standard of living. And hence your budgets for investment also have to keep changing or increasing according to your standard of living. So keep that in mind and review that every year. And if you need to commit extra budgets for investing every year, keep doing that.
Thanks, Bikash.
Thank you. So I'll just try to summarize. Start with you, understand your risk, return, maybe your purpose well. Create a diversified portfolio, manage your emotion, listen to your advisor, and stay through, entire journey, and nothing will stop you from creating wealth. That is from my side.
Thank you. Yeah.
Quite a lot of young people in the house. So specifically, is financial independence or retirement, early retirement, a real thing today? The answer is absolutely yes. Of course, nobody wants to work as long as our fathers and grandfathers did. A lot of people want to retire at 45 and 50. Obviously, I'm not talking about from the work retirement, but nobody wants to work for money after that. So is it possible? The answer is absolutely yes. You need to know your R's, you need to know your risks, you need to know your required rate of return, and I think that will take care of everything. That's it.
Thanks again. Raja sir.
Keep in mind, investment is simple but not easy. It's simple because any index, if you see, since inception has given a good double-digit return, but investors have not benefited from that. Investments have done well, but investors have not done well. So have a plan, be committed to it, despite ups and downs at both the market extremes, and have an advisor to navigate you across the cycle of greed and fear, not amplifying them, but moderating them to achieve your financial goal. Finally, investors' biggest enemy is himself. So advisor ensures that he is a friend for you. Thank you.
Yeah, very nice. It's a Benjamin Graham quote. The investor's chief enemy is himself. So I will conclude on this thing with a small thing from Warren Buffett. I'm a great fan of Warren Buffett, so I cannot conclude without telling something about his thoughts. So what he thinks about success is that all of us have got a circle of competence. We know certain things. You should only jump within that. So you should always be within your circle of competence, you will win. If you try to do something beyond your circle of competence, that's where you will commit mistakes. So understand this thing well, make things very simple, have an advisor or a consultant. Advisor, we are not supposed to use the word as per SEBI guidelines. You can have a consultant or an MFD. Advisor is a completely different thing. So follow the process, stay the course. You will be a winner, because we all know that as a country we are doing really well, and it is expected to do well for next 20, 30, 40 years. So it's a no-brainer to be in equity to make money, but only thing is that no-brainer, if the brain becomes more active, you will not make money. That is the problem. So we will open it up for a Q&A. So feel free to ask questions, whatever you have. Our panelists are more than happy to answer. You want a mic to be passed on? Yeah, there is a question coming from there. What?
Yeah, you're audible.
No, I will give my mic. Send the mic.
Yeah, I have a simple question.
Sir, you can introduce yourself. Sir.
Sorry, I am Balasubramanian. I work for an MNC in Bangalore. Okay. So my question is, especially if your fund is doing well, you've been there for, say, something like 7-10 years. Usually they say, the advice that I get from Mr. Babu is any long-term investment, it's something like 7 years, 8 years kind of stuff. That's something. So if you're doing well, when do you actually decide to capitalize or make profit or book profit?
Brilliant question. So who wants to take the question? When he's asking, long-term we are in. So when is that you need to go be attempting? Yeah, Siddharth, who wants?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I think during our discussion, one thing came out very clearly was goal-based investing, right? So we need to identify very clearly what is our goal for our current investments, right? So when do you capitalize it? It has to depend upon your goal. What is when have you achieved that goal? When have you reached that goal? Whether it is a retirement planning, whether it is education, whether it is whatever. There may be some part of your investment which you may look at, on a medium term kind of thing where you want to sort of capitalize it or something of that sort. But generally, I think one should look at goal-based investing, and that will ensure when you want to sort of come out of the investment.
Very, very good answer. You want to supplement?
Yeah, I'll add to that. So there are two parts. We discussed core allocation, which is the core goal for which you are investing. If you have reached your core goal, then you can take the money out. So if you have reached the goal that you're sending your child for education, higher education, and you had saved up that corpus for that, you can take the money out and fund the fees, the college fees. In between, when should you reconsider being in that investment? The objective with which the fund manager is managing the scheme, your advisor would have told you that this is the objective of the fund manager. If the core objective of the fund manager changes, then you should think whether you want to stay invested or not. If the core objective of the fund has not changed, then you can continue, because if you keep switching between funds, then there is a tax implication also. You don't gain too much by switching funds, the government gains. You are already paying so many taxes by way of your salary income, business income and all. Why do you want to get the government to benefit by your capital gains taxation? So when you reach the goal, you take the money out, you pay the taxes. If you have not reached the goal, the fund management objective has changed in the fund, then you reconsider. You need not change the fund, but you reconsider to see if the fund is on its track. That's the core allocation. When you're looking at tactical or the satellite allocation, like you want to take benefit of something that's going at a discount, and then you want to just take advantage of the prices, say you invested in gold because you know that there is a war and then gold prices will go up. If you've made your money, you're satisfied with the return, you can exit, because that is a tactical allocation, that is not a core allocation. However, the most prudent thing to do would be, if you are doing asset allocation, then you review your portfolio every year and then you trim the profits to readjust the asset allocation. So for example, you said I will do 25, 25, 25, 25 in 4 funds, and one fund went up to 40%. And the other fund is down to say 20%, and the third fund is say 30%. You have to rebalance the profits in such a way that everything becomes 25%. That is depending on what your asset allocation is. Not everybody does 25% in 4 different funds. You can also say I will do 70% in equity, 20% in fixed income, 10% in gold, so on and so forth. You review and you rebalance so that you are selling high and you are buying low.
I just want to add a simple point to it. While whatever they have said is absolutely correct, I just wanted to bring the behavioral side of it. We have a tendency to sell our winners, but we don't look at our losers. While that fund has done good for last 7 years, ideally we should see the other side, which funds have not done so well. So that I will say that, while the funds is doing good, there must be something. The fund manager must be doing something good about it. And if you don't need money, don't sell it. While you should always revisit the other funds, basically.
Just to round it off this point, crisp answer I'm going to give you. There are 3 types of risk in investment. 3 types. Start point risk, ongoing risk, and end point risk. Start point risk is you are investing money, the market after that either tanks or goes up. That's a risk you are taking. How will you manage? You stagger your investments. You don't put everything at a single point in time. The ongoing risk is where you invest, some assets will do really well, some assets will do badly, for which she gave a wonderful example. You need to rebalance. The ongoing risk can be managed through rebalancing your portfolio. Now your question, when to exit, the end point risk. End point risk is managed by periodic reviews. As she said, you need to review your portfolio periodically as you are closer to your goal. Suppose I need to make 1 crore as per part of my retirement goal. I have 15 years. In the 12th year, I am at 85 lakhs. I will, if I am smart, if I review my portfolio, if I have 80% equity and 20% debt, I will be 100% debt for next few years. Because with 100% debt also, I can move to 85 lakhs to crore. So end point risk, when to exit, is purely a function of periodic review. Thank you. 1 or 2 more questions we can take. Yeah, please, sir. Mike, please. There's a question. Yeah. Yes, sir.
May I?
Yeah, please, sir. You can introduce yourself once again.
I'm Shankar Hosakere.
Yeah.
To the lady who said that if you have reached the goal, get out of it. And to the gentleman to your left-hand side
he said, don't, stay in. Now, I have a funny question here. I have asked Babu this. He's laughing. What do you do with the money that you take out if there's no need for it?
So I had given a very specific example to say that if you have a goal which you have achieved, so if you have to send your child for education, then you need to exit the fund. If you don't need the funds, then you need to recalibrate your risk and see where the investment should be. So for example, the only goal where you don't need to exit 100% is your retirement goal. Now, when you're doing your retirement planning, you would have planned for redeeming at different intervals. So if you reach, say, 60, and at 60 you have reached your goal, you don't have to exit the fund. You have to recalibrate your risk and see which fund you need to be in at the age of 60. After 60, you start doing a systematic withdrawal, and that money goes on forever. So you take a monthly withdrawal, or you take a quarterly withdrawal, or you take an annual withdrawal, depending on what your life goals are. So your life goal need not be retirement. It is providing for post-retirement income, one. It could be for passing on the money to the next generation. In these cases, you don't have to quit. You have to recalibrate your risk. You have to assess which fund you need to be in instead of being... So let me put this in the form of an analogy. When you're taking off in a flight, right, you need speed to take off. Once you're mid-air, you need to manage turbulence, but you still need speed. And when you're landing, you need to control the speed so that you don't have a hard landing, you have a soft landing, and you reach your goal. Likewise, in investment, when you're starting off your investment and you're in the accumulation phase, you need speed, you need equity, which gives you high returns. When you're midway, you need to recalibrate your risk to see, should I continue with the same speed, or should I add some risk measures to make sure that there's no turbulence? Right, what I have accumulated should not really fall in a big way. I shouldn't go through those large air pockets. I shouldn't have a crash midway. And then when you're getting closer to your goal, when you want to land, you can't land at the same speed. So you can't be in equity all the time. You have to start reducing your risk. You have to start getting into some amount of fixed income so that you have a soft landing. Now, the goal that I mentioned, if you have achieved that goal and you need the money, you exit. If you don't need the money, you recalibrate the risk to see what is your actual goal. In terms of retirement, your actual goal is to provide for a post-retirement comfortable life. And so your goal is an extended goal. It's not a single point goal. Your other goal could be passing on the money to the next generation. So then you have to make your trust, you have to provide for the will, you have to name your nominees, you have to say who you want to give the money to, and then you have to recalibrate the risk to see when the next generation needs the money. So, it's not a very definitive answer if the goal end point is not clear over there.
Okay. I think that clarifies. You have to make some clarification.
Sir, in fact, I am completely with her, and my point was absolutely the same. Only I wanted to bring the behavioral side of it. Now, today you are investing in a stock which is like 50 rupees. There are two stocks of 50 rupees, and in both the stocks you are investing. Tomorrow one goes up to like 75 and the other one will be like 25. You will evaluate your 75 more, but you will not look at your 25 one. But the fund, the stock that has gone up 75, that has done well. I just wanted to say that in behaviorally, we tend to see the winners more in terms of whether to encash it, but not the otherwise. But otherwise, my points are absolutely the same.
So I will just supplement this answer. This is a concept called loss aversion. So where human beings feel the pain of loss more intensely than the pleasure of gain. Suppose if you make a 10 rupees profit, Babu, 10 rupees profit, then if it goes, if your 10 rupees and is down, then 10 rupees down. That is the loss aversion thing. That's what he was mentioning. Nothing else. Any more questions? One more question. We can have time.
I hope we answered your question.
You did, But I have another strange thought to all of this. It's not just mine. This is the current day scenario. Several young retirees are in the same dilemma. Market is up, they have made the money, they're supposed to encash it. Immediate question is, what do you do with that money? And you said, put it for recalibrate, do whatever. That appetite is still strong. Several of them, not one, two, percentage-wise, in today's market. What do you do there?
Which is what he mentioned, that, greed takes over.
Yep.
So just to put that into another analogy, when you have a garden and you have, flowers, what you're doing, what you normally tend to do is you want to cut your flowers. But what you should also keep in mind is that there are weeds growing around. You should be aware of the weeds, not just keep trimming the flowers. You have to trim the weeds as well. So when I'm saying recalibrate, you have to make sure that you are benefiting out of the flowers as well as trimming the weeds around to make sure that the garden prospers as long as you are around.
So in other words, you keep us working.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have a paucity of time. One more question, one or two maximum. Yes, sir. Please. You have a mic. Can you pass?
Sorry, my voice is loud.
Okay.
I have a good relationship with Babu sir. We started our journey in 2001, remember? And today it's been 25 years of investment, including equity. My question to the panelists, all my investments today are 100% equity, I think 99.9. Now I'm 50 plus, so should I shift my portfolio into, let's say, debt or hybrids?
Sir, that question will be answered by Mr. Babu, sir. We are not supposed to answer. That is ethics. That's a... He will answer for you. Sorry. Yes, sir. Ask, sir. You need a mic?
Well, if I've heard that, I don't.
Yeah. Please, sir. Please.
Yeah, now this is working.
Yes. You can introduce yourself, sir.
Yeah, my name is Ashish Keshri,
Yeah.
and I also have been associated with Mr. Babu for
What do you do,
last
sir?
18 years. I work for Oracle,
Okay.
and I have a very specific question. Say, I've been listening everything and realization of goal and goal-based investment. Say you you achieve your goal with your investment. Now you have, say you want to buy a house, for example, very specific example. You have money with your investment now. But given all the salaried people can get debt also easily. So how do you balance between debt and cashing out your investment? Because your investment are invariably giving more return. So do you cash out then? Or you just go for the debt? How do you balance between?
Okay, I will rephrase it for the ease of the panel. So he's saying that when you have an option to take debt to buy an asset, something required, whether he needs to encash his investments and buy or use debt. Am I right? Yes. Yeah. Yes, Gopi.
Yeah, I think the answer, I won't say simple, it's a tough choice. I think you need to basically think whether you could be able to service the debt. Because the end use of a leverage is actually a word which a lot of people get scared. I think, if every government is scared of leverage, then US won't be there what it is today. So the end use of the leverage is important, right? So that is a critical point. If your leverage is to buy crypto, then obviously it's a bad leverage. But if your leverage is to create an asset, and assume your question is about the house, it's not such a bad thing. There are two elements to that. One is, what is the cost of leverage, right? So if your cost of leverage is X and your perceived return is always X plus, then cashing out on equity should be a lesser choice, right? Because equity in a way is able to give you that extra cushion that will take care of the cost of the leverage. Second is, of course, you need to basically say that, okay, if you're taking a leverage for 10 years, I know future is very difficult to predict, but you have to assume that you, in a foreseeable future, all other things being normal, you will be able to service that particular leverage. So in that case, then it's not a bad thing, right? In a way, it also gives you that concept of compulsory saving, which all of us, to some extent, you always like to have the next car or the upgrade of the car or the new Apple 16, whatever. So in a way, it's a choice that is available. But if you're able to answer these 2 points, then I think taking a leverage for an asset that creates value is not a bad thing.
Thanks, Gopi. We are running out of time. So basically, if your investment returns exceeds the cost of leverage, it makes sense. Suppose you are having a housing loan at 8.5%. You are paying an EMI of say 70,000, 80,000. Parallelly, you have an SIP running which is generating a bigger return, 12%, 14%. So going for a leverage and making that asset is better. Basically, your cost of debt should be lower than the returns you are generating out of investment. Then that makes sense. But it's not a standard answer. Since paucity of time, we need to close it here. Babu sir is running out of time. Any follow-up question? Quickly you can ask, we can close it.
No, sure, thanks. I mean, that sort of answers. That's why I asked a very specific question that house loan versus your SIPs. Yeah. Because we have the standard, right? 8.5, 12.5.
So I know many people who run a housing loan, parallelly run an SIP also, and they were able to pre-close some of the housing loans halfway through. So there are strategies like that also can be employed. Yeah, one last one.
Just one line. Leveraged asset is still good. Leveraged expense is not good.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, all the panelists, Raja sir, Gagan, Bikash, Ashu, Siddharth, and Gopi. You have been a wonderful panelist. You gave a lot of insights to all of us. We have learned together, including some of the questions, wonderful questions by the audience. I hope all of you enjoyed this panel discussion. Thanks, Babu sir, for giving us this opportunity. Hope all of you enjoyed. Thanks a lot, and continue this wonderful evening till the dinner. Thank you. All the best.
Panelists, please stay. Thank you so much for coming here and being on the panel. It has been a privilege hearing you. Just accept a token of honor.
Thank you, sir. Sir, anything you want to say?
Sir, one group photograph along with Babu sir.
Okay. Yeah, please.
I think that was
closer, yes.
Bit closer.
I think that was a very informative panel discussion session.
Thank you. Thank you. For video. Done, sir? Thank you.
A big thanks to Mr. Venkatesh Iyer for this wonderful panel discussion session. I now invite Mr. Ved Dimri, who has been one of our very oldest clients, to share his thoughts. And I request all of you to be seated, please. There is a wonderful dance performance by the children from Ramana Maharishi Academy for Blind, JP Nagar, Bangalore. I request all of you to please stay back for the dance performance. It will start in a few minutes.
So good evening, namaskara. After such a wonderful session, I think it's a really difficult task to really captivate the audience. But one of the most often talked about subject which came during the panel discussion was about the goal-based investment, and especially about the retirement plan. So here in next 3 to 4 minutes, I'm going to share my journey about how I was able to take the call about my retirement plan, quit from the corporate life much earlier than it was planned for. And thanks to the sound advice from the Mr. Babu and timely decisions taken. So once again, I take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. Babu Arunachalam and team of VS Financial Services for this occasion of completing 20 years of remarkable journey. I wish them many more such milestones and successes. Behind every success story is a tremendous hard work, determination, and sheer commitment. And I am fortunate to know Babu Arunachalam sir since 2006 and being part of this journey for past 18 years. Well, this is well said, and I think most of our panelists have said this, that wealth creation is not about how much you earn during your lifetime, but it is about what you do with that money. So in this journey of what you do with that money, that takes you to the path of the wealth creation. So in this context, there are two critical components. One is time, that is how early you begin, and most important is a trustworthy and reliable advisor whom you can trust. After all, it is the most important decision of your life. I am extremely fortunate to have Babu early in my investment journey. It gave me immense confidence and peace of my mind. I could focus on my professional career without worrying too much about the investment. In fact, we have grown together. One thing which stood out in this journey was setting the realistic expectation. Unlike many so-called investment management advisors, Babu never sold the piece of land on moon. It allowed me to think and make right choices. Like many solid class investor, I too began with a caution and always used to get spooked whenever there was a correction. However, it was a good discussion with Babu to chalk out our strategy and when to take a call. So it helped me in the continued investment irrespective of the ups and downs of the market. I might have slowed down a bit in a few occasions, but never exited the plan. And it was for sheer this discipline brought by timely advice that I was able to plan for an early retirement in 2022. We worked together at least a year in advance to put together the plan, and it gave me the clarity to take the firm decision. So I'll conclude with this, that I am fortunate to have timely advices on my side to pursue my passion and take a bold decision to quit the corporate life. I take this opportunity to wish Babu sir all the success and pray to the Lord for the best of health and wisdom to him and his team to continue guiding the investors. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Ved. He is now part of ISKCON Bangalore. He is totally into ISKCON Bangalore. And now, all these children are from the Ramana Maharishi Academy for the Blind from Bangalore. All of us have all our sense organs, which are very vital. And these children, unfortunately, they cannot see totally. And when they came inside, when they stepped onto the stage, you could have seen them measure the steps to see the width of the stage. They have learnt the entire dance using their touch. I know if we can see, we can learn any art easily. And dance is such an art, like you should see the teacher who teaches whether you use this hand, shake this hand, leg like. But these children have learnt it thoroughly only through touch. And they do very, very good. So I request all of you to be seated, enjoy the dance and encourage the children. And after this, there will be keynote address by Mr. Babu Arunachalam. And I request all of you, there is a very delicious dinner also waiting. So please have your dinner before you leave.
Good evening, one and all. Beginning the first, we have taken the blessings of Lord Vinayaka, Nataraja, and all the audience and Guru. The next, we are commencing the next piece, that is on Lord S. Ramana. He is the Gurus of the Guru. It is choreographed by RMCL, by Shree Ramana Learning Center. It is on Lord S. Ramana.
Sri Ramana's divine sport, the Ramana Leela, descends as a flood of bliss on earth.
Thank you for this great opportunity for giving us. This will be the last performance for this evening. Thank you, one and all.
I think the children deserve a standing ovation. Of course, they cannot see us, but hats off to them. I think this shows us we should be humble. This program gives us goosebumps. Thank you all. Thank you all. And thanks to Ramana Maharishi Academy for the blind. They are running a lot of NGO activities in that. Part of that is teaching these children not only dance, music, everything, and also they are trained. They are trained to get into some sort of work at least. They teach them some handicraft, some work like, so they can earn themselves like. So they train these children for that also. It was a wonderful program, as you all know, and without seeing, only through touch, they have learned. It would have taken years. And imagine the patience. The patience is because they cannot see. We don't have patience because all our parts are fine. That's the problem with us. And we have the feeling we know everything type. They are not like that. And it was wonderful. And thanks to all of you. And because we gave them only half an hour slot, only 6 children had come. Otherwise, this is for your information. They bring lot of children. And some of the songs which I have seen their performance, it is like out of the world. So... And once again, I thank Ramana Maharishi Academy for the blind. And I request Mr. Babu Arunachalam to hand over small token of our memento to all these kids. And I thank Adarsh and his team for bringing the children all the way from JP Nagar.
Congratulate Mr. Babu on successfully completing 20 years of financial advice. I have been associated with you since 2016 and it has been a good 8 years of you handling my investments. Wishing you all the best.
Geetha, my wife, 6 years ago.
Arunachalam was introduced to us by my brother-in-law some 22 years back. He is more a friend than an advisor, and he has only our interest at heart.
Interestingly, Arunachalam has put together a team which is also very courteous, very helpful, and go out of the way to help clients. You don't feel that you are a client at all. You are just with a friend who have your interest at heart and not their dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
We, myself and my wife, started our mutual fund journey in 2006 with you. 18 years that is. Many ups and downs in the market. But due to your guidance and help, we hold a very good portfolio today in the West. Today when you celebrate 20 years in this business, wish you a very bright future in the coming years. Good luck. Thank you.
I now request Mr. Babu Arunachalam to share his journey with all of you.
Thank you for being here. The journey would have been a non-starter without you all. The journey is possible because of the people like you. Thank you so much. I mean, a thank you is not enough, but that's what I can at best say with all my heart out. So I'll share my views in a few minutes, if I can do it. So like most of you here, we started the journey somewhere around 2000 actually. Like before that, I'm from Chennai basically. So did my statistics graduation with a lot of difficulty in Layla, and then went into railways for some time, and then I was in Syndicate Bank for around 10 years. My Syndicate Bank friend who we used to share our room is also here in this room. So that was, but from childhood I had always wanted to do something on my own, never sort of willing to take a salary sort of a thing. So always wanted to do something on my own. So that came, my friends again here gave me an opportunity somewhere in 1995-96. They started a floriculture unit in Bangalore. That's why the family shifted from Chennai to Bangalore. Of course, the venture didn't go as well as we envisaged it. And I think with the friends who started are all industrially successful. They're still successful. I think it is because of me that the venture failed. So I should take full responsibility for that. And by the year 2000, we realized that we are growing more thorns than roses. So then, we had to say, okay, enough of it. And then that's where I was looking to do what next. Like one of the, Rajini films, if you have seen Shivaji film, in the interval, he will just put a 1 rupee coin in a telephone booth, and that's where the film will go from there. So that was my stage, what to do next. So one of my friends, again, who is also here, a chartered accountant, my school friend, he said, why don't you, you have been in banking and all these things, why don't you look at financial intermediary as a profession? So he put me on to ICICI Prudential life insurance. And before that, there was a short stint. I tried my hand in Java. I enrolled for a course in Java in Chennai, completed it, and then got a job also in a software company based out of Belgium, as not as a software role, as an operations guy, operation manager. But I didn't do that well, so they fired me. So it was hardly some 6 to 8 months or something like that. Got fired for the right reasons, and then back to Bangalore again with what to do next. So then this insurance thing came, sales job I took, agency with ICICI Prudential. That went on till 2003 when somebody told me, one of my insurance colleagues said, there is something called mutual funds, why don't you try that? I didn't have an idea about what is a mutual fund. But of course, at that point in time, UTI building was in Ragija Towers. Now they moved to a different place. So we went there and inquired, and they said like last 2 tickets are there. Okay. So myself and my friend got an admission to write the exam for that AMFI exam for writing that mutual funds. Unfortunately, the friend who told me about it, he failed and I passed. That's how the stroke of luck comes. So that's where the mutual fund journey began. 17th of August 2003. That's when I took my AMFI license and got decent marks then. So then probably like from there on, like I'll later talk about skill or luck. I think it's a combination. One cannot take full pride in skill, because skill is only a small part of it. Most of it, I think it's also the being in the right place and the right time. I just want to quote Prashant Jain, who was one of the greatest fund managers India had had. He was heading HDFC mutual fund, and recently he started on his own. He was managing more than 1,25,000 crores of assets. He said while he said quits to the mutual fund management industry, he said it's luck. He owed it to luck rather than his skill. When a Prashant Jain can say that, I cannot claim as to my skill in this whole profession. Am I audible? Hello. Hello. Thank you. So that's what I remember. So like from then on, said 2003 to 7, we all know like is the greatest structural bull run we had, 2003 to 7. And I just took my license that time. So I was just be there in the right place at the right time. That's it. Not because of my skill or anything else. So 2003 to 7, in 2000, the mutual fund industry was privatized from 2000 onwards. And prior to that, it was only UTI, SBI, Canara Bank mutual funds and Punjab National Bank mutual funds. Only the public sector mutual funds were there. So then in 2000, the industry got privatized, and a lot of fresh thoughts, products and all these things got launched. And at that time, I also incidentally started, not by design, but just incidentally started my career. And initially, like as many of my clients vouched for it, I used to carry a large bag with a lot of, the magazine is called Value Research. Okay, Value Research Insight book, big book, which will list all the mutual funds, rating and all these things, performance, and carrying with me and a lot of, and I was one of the initial guys in the industry who was carrying a laptop in 2000. That too a swivel laptop. That helped me to also like get updated about what is there and all these things, and get that to reach to the clients, the information reaching, or the right information. Information is always available, but what type of information, focused information is required, that was helpful. So I started initially with, we used to put pamphlets in the nearby housing societies. Many of you from White House is there, which was where we were living at the time. So we used to put newspaper inserts and pamphlets in the notice boards and all these things. And that way, initially, I got my first round of clients from there, from White House, and my gratitude to that. So from there on, like slowly with most of these businesses grow with word of mouth, right? So once we start the thing and slowly, and you used to go to, there is one of my friends from Honeywell who's still there. I used to go every Saturday to Honeywell to those days I had an Omni or a Zen, I think. So a lot of materials in the full vehicle, full of materials, brochures, and put a stall there in Honeywell every Saturday. And then that's where I got my next set of, out of RT Nagar, that was the place where I got to get some clienteles there, and some of whom are still working with. They have changed their profession, they have changed their lines, but still I'm working with them. And two or three companies, to be specific, Cisco, AXA, and all these things, where I got to go and talk to people. And I was also doing simultaneously income tax returns filing. That was also another thing which helped me to get some clients. So I was doing tax filing. I used to go to companies and talk to the HR and do the tax filing because I had to support the family. Like, I'm a family of 3 children, my parents, and I'm open to here to say that my family with 3 boys going to school was supported with my wife's income and my father's pension income, who is still here. So he used to, my father pension income and my wife's income used to support the family. And slowly and steadily, because it's a big, it's a long game. Like it's not that overnight you get to, and I didn't know that even the game is longer. I was not aware at the time. 2003, 4, 5, 6, until 2008, the regulator abolished the entry load. He said gone. The industry thought, okay, it's finished, over. Because we used to get entry load like 2.5% was the entry load, which was paid to the agent from the investor account. So if somebody buys 10,000 rupees, 2,250 rupees will be cut from the thing, and 9,000 that balance 750 rupees only the units used to get allotted those times. 250 rupees out of that, the mutual funds used to keep some money, and based on your business they'll give you maybe 2%, 1.5%, like that. That was how the industry was shaping up. And then regulator said this is not the way industry should be run. And I mean, all regulations keep coming, no? So they said no, abolition of entry load. You should charge the clients. And I am happy to say here I have clients who understood and gave me checks for my services. They said they were aware, okay, you are not getting paid from the mutual funds, take this check. So I have collected checks, and there are people here whom again my heart goes out to them. So slowly, like this is how the industry shaped up, and slowly like with the 8 crore and 3 to 7 when I'm talking about the structural bull run, in 1 year my assets increased from some 2 crores to 14 crores, something like that, 7 times in one growth, because of the market run and also people's interest to in the newfound thing, like, okay, why don't we put some money in mutual funds? Because traditionally it was post office and all these things. So people thought, okay, this investment seems to do good, so why don't we put some money? That's how the interest came in mutual funds. So 2003 to 7, slowly we acquired clients and all these things, and we started around 8 crores at the end of December, and then by December 13, like when that structural bull run, through the bull run, and then 2008, all of us know the great financial crisis happened, GFC. So the portfolio went down by the same speed. So from 20 lakhs we were in, again to reach 20 crores to 20 crores, we took 3 years. It went down and then came back to 3 years. Like they say, no, you have to keep running to stand at the same place. That is what we are, without giving up. Because I didn't, if I had given up, I would have given up. I would have been doing something else, I don't know. But luckily, this is where the family support came in. Because the family was there to take care of the children, growing up children, education and all these things. And I should here thank my wife wholeheartedly, because without her support and my thing, it wouldn't have happened. Thank you, Swasini. It's not easy for a woman to take care of the family with husband not earning anything. And it's not easy, like. So, so that's what, so she helped me sustain that lean face to go through, okay, like, that's how the thing we were holding up. And slowly from 2003 to 13, 10 years, I saw, okay, there is some money in this business. So I started to file my income tax returns after 15 years. When I was in bank, that was the last time I filed my income tax returns. After that is where I got my PAN card and filed my income tax returns. It took 15 years for me again to start filing my income tax returns. That's the level of thing. So 2013, 14 started. So then, okay, this business seems to be really kicking. So clients started giving references wholeheartedly. Most of the clients here sitting or come through references only. It's not through any, we have never done any sort of other events, only just word of mouth, meeting people. And they have been generous in giving references. And with those support, we slowly reached to 100 crores in 2018-19. That's when, in the family side, my 2 sons got married in 2018. And then by the time I was in 100 crores. And 2015, my colleague Parvathy Raman, whom I'm always thankful to join me in 2015 December. It's not, because at the time I was growing and I needed support. Like a climber, unless you give some support, the climber will not go and give you in flowers, right? So that once again, it's not my skill. It's all, once again, my luck, I would say. So she was an investor from 2004, mine. It was not that, she was my investor from 2004. And she sent to me a resume saying that I'm looking for a change, because she had some tragedy at home. She lost her father through cancer and all these things, and then she had to leave her earlier job for some sabbatical and all these things. She was looking to start again. See, both of them, I always tell in my address to women investors in International Women's Day and all, women always follow the M curve. There is a career and there is a sabbatical while the child is there, or through some other things. It's always the women mostly in the India. I'm not even being gender biased or something like that, but it's what the women always take the sabbatical when to raise the children, or to when the children are in higher standards, to help them cope up with their education. So she had to leave her job at that time, and she had approached me with a resume for just in my contact circle to get some job opportunities for them. And I did send to a few people, but nothing happened on that front, and nothing really clicked. And then I said, okay, my wife once again told, see, you are struggling. Why don't you yourself look at hiring? So that is one, so again, wife's role came here. So that's when Parvathy came into the thing. And all of you know, like, I don't have an office even now. We work totally digital from our home. She also works from her house. Yeah, and there's another team member, of course, I'll introduce later. So now all of us work from our respective homes. And thanks to parallelly, the technology was evolving. That made it possible. Once again, luck here. Because by the time I took the things, the technology was evolving, making things possible remote. So that also saved me having an office, because in our profession, it is we going to the people rather than people coming to us. I'm not a bank or something like that where people come and we talk to them and sell the products. We need to take on inquiries, go there and all this. So by the time we reached 100 crores with her support, when she came in, it was around 70, 80 crores, something like that. And then 100 crores we reached. And then and then again, it took a dip in the pandemic. And then now we are at 170 crores with engaging with roughly around 1,500 clients. So it's all because of you. I should clap you rather than you clapping me. I think I should clap every one of you for making this possible. So coming to the market cycles which we have seen in this 20 years, and as I told, the structural bull run, and then the last, see, many of the investors who came into the markets after 2010 have not seen really a bad cycle. They're not really seen their portfolios going down immensely. So that's another risk, I would say. Like when somebody comes and says, okay, I'm aggressive, I want to invest in a very aggressive, but see, when we do take the risk profile, all of you know would have fill up the risk profile. When the market tanks by 25%, what will you do? Whether you'll buy more units or you will sell. That is a standard questionnaire there. But most of them will say that, okay, I will not sell, I will buy more units. But that may happen when the portfolio size is 1 lakh or 2 lakhs. But the same investor, when he is dealing with 1 crore or 2 crores or 3 crores, it's not easy. Seeing the market or seeing the portfolio going down by 20% when you have a portfolio of few crores, it's not easy. And mostly people will get panicky. It's not easy. So its size also matters. So like the GFC and aftermath gave us a lot of learning lessons. And that's when during, as I told you earlier, 14 to 19, like the regime change happened in the government also. And then a lot of GST and all these things came in. The markets were giving a thumbs up signal to those economic changes and all these things. And we could also see improvement in our AUM from 2.5 times in the previous cycle. And then, of course, came the pandemic, which none of us would wish will ever come again in our lives. So pandemic really helped us in a sense. We increased our client engagements. See what happens when there is a problem. Either you have to face it or you have to get away with it, right? But you cannot get away with it. You have to face it. You have a portfolio to care. You cannot simply dump the portfolio and go away. You cannot do that. So what happens? Like we had a series of engagements with the clients through, of course, by that time, again, luck, WhatsApp was gaining prominence. It was easy to communicate. Previously, it was mails. When I started the business, it was mails and all these things. And SMS at some point. I think in 96, it was pages. Then pages graduated to emails. And then we got into WhatsApp, all these things. And that helped us to reach more. Client engagements were happening more through WhatsApp, the social media. So during the pandemic week, we sent out clear and loud messages. This is time to increase your, this is not time to sell. As long as you have your time with me, time with you for the goals, it's time to put more money. See, there are two only, binary options. Either all of us go, perish in the pandemic, or we survive the pandemic. If I invest in the market goes down, if I am not there, who bothers? So nobody bothers. So that was the only binary thing that has to happen. So we clearly communicated to the clients. And once again, I should thank each one of you for not diluting your portfolios at those times. You have stood by the portfolio and you have fortified the portfolio with additional incremental investments in those trouble times. It's not easy. When you see so much of gloom around you, so many people dying, all the TV channels, everything you hear is only bad news. And all of us have lost our close, in our circles, so many people. All of us have lost in our close circles. So it's not easy in such a situation to keep a brave heart and keep investing, but many of you did that. So that was helpful. For me, I take it as a lesson in engagement, client engagement, positive engagement. And then the contraction happened, of course, and the markets rebound. And this is where we are. As we are talking, we are in the all-time high levels of the Sensex and the Nifty at. So through this journey, we have grown 15x. And the market has also, like Nifty levels at 2003 were around 1,250 levels, which is around 15.3 levels now, 21,000 something. So we are in line with the market, like 15 point times growth over a 20-year period. This is the journey of the, sorry, excuse me. So talking about the total business that we handle. See, there are three segments. One is the investments through mutual funds. Another is insurance. We handle like a host of insurance, mainly health insurance, personal accident, overseas travel insurance, and little bit of motor insurance. I wouldn't say much, but main concept in the insurance is health insurance because it's part of the financial planning. Health insurance. So we take care of health insurance and term insurance when it comes to life, and also retirement planning, annuities. So see, there are two things of insurance when it comes to life insurance. One is during the working years, you need a term insurance to take care of your beloved ones. And after you are retired, you need a constant flow of income for supporting the retirement as part of your retirement pool. So this is where insurance we are concentrating on. And as a savings, we have a bouquet of products in the bond market, RBI bonds, capital gain bonds, and HDFC deposits, Bajaj. But here I am happy to say that, see, all know that HDFC Limited has got merged with HDFC Bank. Correct, no? So we were selling HDFC deposits, limited deposits, which was the NBFC. Now that has merged into HDFC Bank. So now we are authorized resellers for HDFC Bank across their deposits. So like, and you don't lose anything because of going through it. So whatever you do in HDFC Bank, deposits or account opening, credit card, so we have become a full-time resellers for HDFC Bank. So would request once again your support in whenever you are thinking about doing anything with HDFC Bank, whether taking a home loan or a vehicle loan or a deposit, you can reach out and we will be able to give you the whatever. I wouldn't say that any special deal, but whatever the bank offers, it will not be anything lesser to you just because you go through it, but you will only get an extra service handle through us to deal with your banking relationship in HDFC Bank. So through this, we have around 170 crores in mutual funds, and around 75 crores total sum insured in all these insurance policies, and in bonds we have around 30 crores. And these are also the future areas for us to concentrate and grow our bandwidth there. And see, this is our mutual fund book looks like. 65% equities and hybrids, a mix of equity and debt around 27%, and commodities, my main predominantly gold, and debt forming the small portion. So this is where our 65% of our AUM is in equities. Coming to goals, see, this is very, I'll just take a minute here extra. I'm happy to say that we are dealing 50% of our money with you is towards your retirement. And it's not easy. It gives huge responsibility for us. Because retirement is one thing where nobody gets a loan for it, right? So for everything else, somebody asks a question for loan or whether I should use a loan or buy from the mutual funds. Unfortunately, there is nothing called loan for retirement. And it's a huge responsibility on us to take care of your money meant for retirement. So 50%, more than 50% of money with us are mapped for retirement goal. And I only say that we should be aware of our responsibility in managing the retirement money, and be much more going forward, much more be responsible towards that. And the next biggest goal for anybody, there are two biggest goals. One is child education, another is retirement. And more than up to 30% of the money with us are mapped for children's higher education. So this is where our the books are into when it comes to goals. And coming to demography of the clients, from newborn, we are dealing with investors who is 94 years young. So and incidentally, he's also a Padma Shri awardee. So Dr. H. Vishweshwaraya. So 94 years. Happy to say that he's actively managing his portfolio. So because you need cognitive capabilities to deal with your portfolio. It's not like some annuities which is going to hit your bank account every month or quarter or yearly at the chosen interval. You need to be active about it. And so I'm thankful. He's not able to join us here, but he has given his message to us. So right from inbound, we always strongly suggest that people should invest in the name of children. And many of you have done that. There's obvious benefit, tax benefit basically, if you invest in the name of children, because it is getting accrued in their name. And once they are majors, then you convert it and then it is their income, so it doesn't get clubbed under your income. So it's a good option to have investments in the name of children. And I have clients here who are been doing that, and I'm thankful to that. So this is where our, and average holding period. The industry average holding period, when somebody asks, how long I should hold a mutual fund, the average holding period is close to 1 year, the industry average, and our average holding period is around 5 years. At least we are 5 times more than. But once again, it's because of you, because you choose to stay invested rather than to exit at any short notice. So that doesn't happen. So that way. Coming to the type of people, see, the best way they tell to learn is to teach. That's what they tell. Even in children, they ask them to teach. I've seen children writing in the doors and all these things and learning because the best way to learn is to teach. That's what they say. So for me, the best learning has come from my clients, coming from various professions. Like as I told, from scientists, I'm dealing with scientists, I'm dealing with entrepreneurs, business people, salaried, architects, designers, name it. Many of my customers are chartered accountants, MBA, even an MBA from Wharton or High School. So you may ask that why does an MBA from Wharton need a mutual fund distributor like me? I think we should ask him. But what he says is, once again, the inertia is what they say. Getting to invest is not easy. Procrastination, inertia, because inertia is very high for people to get to invest. As some of my clients vouched here, it's not easy to move out of the chair. So somebody to get out from their inertia to make them invest is what I think is our major role. So it has been a thing. And coming to geography, more than 15 countries, we have clients across. And once again here I should once again thank Parvathy for this. Like handling clients overseas is not easy, and I am happy to share that 99.9% of our transactions are digital or online transactions. So that way, see, Parvathy has put a very good backup operation and all these things. And because dealing with NRI clients brings us, see, even you all know that even domestic clients, we have a lot of regulatory requirements to fulfill, Aadhaar, PAN, linking these and that. So many things are there. And with NRIs, it's much more, like much more regulations to follow and what approvals and all these things. So over the years, we have been able to work with clients. Most of them have moved from here. They have been here, they have moved there. So they still continue to choose to work with us. That's how we are not acquired somebody from Europe or US. But it's mostly they who are here, gone there and through their references. That's how we got to work with clients in other countries. So it's time. I don't want to stand much before this speech and dinner. So what is my learnings? My learnings and musings, everything is around you. Skill versus luck, I spoken about it. See, in portfolio from an investor's angle also, many a time we take credit for the skills, it's not so. It's most of the times it's luck. And it always said that I believe that nobody knows anything. Nobody knows anything. See, like this Ray Dalio says that I think the first thing is you should have a strategic asset allocation mix that assumes that you don't know anything what the future is going to hold. Nobody knows. Interest rate, inflation. The most dreadful part for me is to when working with a retirement or a child education, there are certain inputs we have to put. What is the current cost? What is the inflation rate you are going to assume? What is the future cost? How to arrive at the monthly savings? It's not easy to put a number, 7%, 8%. It cannot be arbitrary. But there is no science behind it. What is the education inflation? The inflation is very high in two areas. One is education, another is health. It is above, it's in early teens. That's the level of inflation in education and health. So it's not easy to convince the client and say that, okay, today cost is 5 lakhs for education. In 10 years, if you put at 14% and 12%, 6 years it will double, rule 72. So you have to save much more. So the higher the inflation you account for, you are more conservative and liberal in your approach. Correct? No, because when you are closer to the goal, you will exactly know how much you require. And here from it's more of a guesstimate. We are playing with numbers. Say Excel sheet will throw the numbers, whether you put 8% inflation or 10% inflation or 14% inflation. So we have to work around various scenarios and come to a correct solve. So nobody knows anything, and like macros and all these things we talk, that is more topical. What is the RBI did yesterday? What is the Fed did last week? And all these things, it's okay. It's good for a engagement, for a talk. But in the long-term portfolio, all these things will change. So how do you handle the long-term portfolio? Like timing, that enough was said about timing and time. And only thing which I would add from what the panelists said is, there were multiple studies done on timing, including one of the famous studies is by Peter Lynch, one of the legendary fund managers. So where he did a 30-year study. Every year, January 1st, $1,000 invested. That's for 30 years. What is the value at the end of 30 years? And every year, the highest market peak, 1,000 rupees invested, same for 30 years and see what is the returns. And every year, the market, the worst day in the market. All the three scenarios were done. The returns were same, but for few difference. So it goes to say that the long term, it doesn't matter. So it's only the time in the markets. Timing may matter in the short term. As somebody told, if you're closer to your goals, you need to safeguard. For example, some of you, we have approached you to move some money from small caps and mid caps, where there is a run up. For example, if the 30% return in a portfolio, it's not sustainable, right? If a fund is giving 30%, 35%, definitely we know that it will contract. 35% is not a sustainable return because the markets sometimes run up ahead of fundamentals and sometimes shrink. Once again, not true to fundamentals. So both times we need to add more to the portfolio when the markets behave in a illogical way by giving us sweet deals. Like whenever we buy some deals with Amazon, okay, great Indian sale or whatever sale. So markets also offer sale points, right? Pandemic was the reason to pandemic offered some sale points. those who invested in pandemic, I mean, additional. See, the best way I would say is to have an SIP with top-up, lump sum. That's the one which, because top-up should happen whenever market throws you opportunities. And you can rebalance whenever these sort of abnormal returns come from a portfolio, because nobody can guess which will do the best in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. But what are, you know in your portfolio you're getting, okay, some fund is giving 30%. That will contract. 30% is not what is expected from equities, 12 to 15% sort of returns, on outlier returns at around 18% on a very risk-oriented portfolio, more of mid and small caps. So beyond that, it is not sustainable. It's not wrong to move some money from those to undervalued assets, whatever that is available at a discount. So from a premium to discount, that's how the portfolios can be run. At this point, I would like to introduce my son, Natesh Arunachalam, so who is working as a director of data sciences at MasterCard. He lives in Utah, USA. He'll take you this, because it's more of data, I cannot handle it. He's the right person to do that. Natesh, please.
Yeah, thanks all for, staying patient and listening to the talk. My dad wanted me to talk about data and AI and all of these things, and as any other responsible child would do, I chose not to do that. So I just want to instead, share a couple of stories about the role of technology and data-driven decision-making at VSFS. I know throughout today in the evening, we have covered a lot about the markets. All of us know that, staying put in the market is better, and, no time is bad to invest. So I'm not going to waste my time, talking about this, but instead, I want to talk a little bit and share some stories about my dad and VSFS, the journey itself. So one is role of technology. I remember that although we had a very modest upbringing, as my dad, clearly highlighted, I think we always had the best gadgets in the house. I think we were one of the first kids in my class to, get a PC. I had the latest generation laptop when I went to college. And it did not take a lot of convincing to, convince my dad to get me that, even though there was not a lot of money in the house back then. So I think he has always been a big believer in technology. And even today, he constantly learns technology. I think recently learned, how to edit YouTube videos, how to create videos. So technology is like at the core of what he does, even apart from his work, right? Even in his personal life. So he uses ChatGPT, he uses all of this. So technology is definitely core to what he does. And the second thing is data-driven decision-making, right? Again, it's at the heart, it's a pillar of, we say lasting values for VSFS. I think that's one of the values for VSFS. And right from my dad and also his team, I think they really look at data. They provide very objective advice. I'm not saying this just because I'm his son, but I've interacted with a lot of professionals, and I find that my dad is so data-driven at a point that at a point it actually gets annoying. So he's that data-driven. But I feel like that is definitely helpful to look at data and separate the signal from the noise. I think 15 years back, when everyone was carrying paper forms to, as IFAs in the industry, people were carrying bags of papers and paperwork to fill. I think he actually invested in an MIS software to actually track portfolio data, and even today he can actually tell okay, how's the returns, how's the SIPs, he has an X-ray of every portfolio. So I feel like he invested in technology way back before it even became cool. So I just want to share these couple of highlights and choose not to listen to my dad. So.
Thank you, Natesh. When to invest? You see, we always start with the question, what to buy, when to invest, when to sell, these questions. But this once again a data. People say the SIP, what is the best day to the beginning of the month or middle of the month or end of the month? Data proves otherwise. Any day is good. So over a longer period, it all averages. So there's not much difference if you can look at whether you invest. Staying invested is more important than to, most of the time we spend time on how to invest, when to invest and all these things. But we need to come out of it and probably start the journey and stay thing. And the reason why people are able to stick to their portfolio with us for around 5 years plus, which is much better than the industry average, is because of as I told you, most of you are investing for goals. 50% of the money of 170 crores is in retirement. So nobody will be very flimsy or play around with that. It's a very important nest egg, right? and 25%, 30% is the child education. So you don't really get to, because see, everybody in their life, they will get, maybe there is a big real estate opportunity. What to sell? Should I sell my fund? That's the question normally which will come to anybody's portfolio. Okay, this is money is there. Why don't I reduce my loan and take this money and buy a plot or invest in something like that? But naturally, when your children's education money is involved, you don't touch it. So that is also the reason. That's why we keep on reiterating that you should invest for goals. And some of the goals could be intergeneration also. Because as somebody asked, I don't need the money, but the markets are up. Stay invested. It's not for you, it is for the next generation. So stay invested, and the only thing, when there are exuberance in the market, keep shifting from the exuberance pockets to the undervalued pockets and continue the journey. That's how we need to. So we work with goals, and I wouldn't call a research house, but whatever little we could deep dive into the opportunities, we try to do that and give it. But there is also, I need to tell parallelly that there is a study with monkeys throwing darts on securities, and that portfolio has done reasonably well than fund managers also. So what it proves to say that security selection is not really important. Whether A, B, C goals, and then selecting a category is more important than a particular fund A, B, C. And I have enough, because we don't have much time, but there is enough statistics. For example, somebody invests in the best performing fund every year and changes the portfolio. Over 20 years, there will be the worst performing portfolio. So because chasing winners keep rotating, large caps, mid caps, or sectors, healthcare, technology, everything will keep changing, and we don't have any clue on that. What will be the next winner? We are just at best doing a guesstimate, that's all. But so that doesn't help. So this is what I feel. This is our proprietary framework, and this was developed once again by Natesh, my son, who spoke to you now. So a simple framework, and we keep on harping about the same thing, like the level of telling, oh, it's boring. You're telling the same thing again and again and again. But unfortunately, it is again and again and again. You need to have basic emergency fund. You need to have a sufficient risk cover in case if you are earning and you have family to protect. And then apart from that, you should have proper health insurance to cover your family. And then what you should have a goal-based portfolio based on your risk appetite and asset allocation. And then this record keeping is something which we have been, all of us we have had instances where in the transmission cases, we also, when you are in a doctor's business, you will see demises also, right? So when you are advisor's business also, you will see somebody exiting the world. But the exit should be seamless to the rest of the family. This is where the record keeping comes. So we have developed Excel sheet. We have shared with you on earlier occasions. We will share it again on this next week. So it's a simple Excel sheet. Kindly fill it up and share with your family. Because where is your policy records? Where is your most of the records? Where have you kept it? It's very important. The family will be clueless if the person who is managing the investments is not there tomorrow. The family is clueless. What happened? What did the man? Where did he invest? What are the policies he had? I have had people calling me, like during COVID time, the wife calling me, the husband is in hospitalization. Where is the insurance policy, health insurance? So luckily, I'm not, it's nothing wrong. And somebody asked me when because we are used to see will in the movies, the dying person always writing a will and dying. That's what we have been mental map of will. So unfortunately, it is not so. When should one write a will? The moment one buys a property, one should write a will, because every other asset can be done through nomination, right? Your mutual funds, everything, insurance, everything can work with nomination. But if it's a property, it's an immovable asset. The only way to convey is wills. So there are, of course, it's a vast area. I don't want to get into that because will succession deed and all these things. So many things are there, settlement deeds, how to do, what to do. And we are engaging with a professional firm for that. Ashish, can you just stand from your place? Thank you. So, thank you, Ashish. Like, Ashish invested us and he has got his dream home. And which is the most happiest moments for us when somebody is investing for a goal and reaching at the goal. That's the most pleasurable. Or for a teacher, which is the momentous a student walking out of the school with glorious marks is the most prestigious moment for the teacher. Not these teachers should not wish that the student will always be within the class. No. So like as a portfolio manager also, like we are always happy when somebody reaches their goal and uses the money for a particular goal. So, and Shilpa couldn't stay. She has to. She took financial independence much early in late 30s. She was there, but she has to go early for some commitment. So she is now trekking happily. So we are happy to fund her trekking with her savings. See, we all talk about financial inclusion and all these things, but we don't do that. Not many of us do that. So here I really request all of you to open some account for your drivers or maids or those. See, the difficult thing is not opening the account for them, doing the KYC. Invested. The moment they say the portfolio is in red, they may say, answering madidri adanna nan duddu at least correct agi bank alli iradu anta, they'll start yelling at you. But he has successfully handled the investments and responsibly putting money for the maids and doing. And there are a couple of other people also doing it. So you deserve a big and role model for us. And of course, I spoke about Padmashri Awardee. Like I am happy to manage his intergenerational wealth. And Sudarshan, please stand up. Yeah, see, Sudarshan works for Hindu as a special correspondent, sports correspondent, and he has started investing from his first paycheck. So starting early. So we have these sort of stories, like very encouraging and please. So thanks. So these are all very, very happening things for us when you deal with someone like. So it's really not the selecting the best fund, selecting. No, not at all. It's just putting a plan in place and sticking to the plan and staying. That is what creates wealth. And our job is not to identify the best. I don't claim that we identify the best funds or something. Not at all. We are only basically a springboard sort of a thing where we can bounce your ideas with us for a positive engagement and outcomes. So Balaji. I think Balaji couldn't join us. He's also one of the first paycheck sort of investors. And Subramaniam is not here. So he's also saving and successfully for his child's education and retirement through a proper portfolio. And so these are some of the stories. Many of you are already doing that. Just wanted to showcase some of them. So what is the way forward? So Parvathy Raman, thank you Parvathy. I hereby request Parvathy to share a few words.
Yeah, good evening everyone. I don't want to take much time of yours. I want to thank Mr. Babu Arunachalam for being my mentor and guide in shaping my professional and career growth. Apart from Mr. Babu, his entire family has been a beacon of strength for me, completely embracing me into their lives. Today only I came to know Dr. Suvasini Arunachalam told him to take me as his employee. I didn't know that I have been with him more than 9 years. Special thanks to her. Thank you, Natesh, Venkatesh, Ganesh, everyone. All are supporting me. They have never treated me as an employee till today. They are considering me as a family member. That's why I can work very freely. Thanks, all of you. And at the same time, look forward to many more glorious years of service and taking VS to the next level. Thank you. Have a nice. Thank you, Mr. Babu.
Thanks, Parvathy. Vasanthi, most of you might not know Vasanthi. Vasanthi, can you come here? So she helps at the back office. She's been with her for the past 2 years and Parvathy has been mentoring her. She doesn't deal directly with the clients, but she is the one who is responsible for all the transaction confirmations, sending statements. Please come here, Vasanthi. So good hand and I wish her all the best. Want to share a few words?
So hi everyone. So thank you for coming. So just 2 minutes of story. There was a time where I was financially very much needful. And you know, God always finds a way. He directly doesn't belong to us and He finds a way to help the people. So according to me, the way was Babu sir. So I just feel in the way of God. So thank you so much. And special thank you to Parvathy ma'am because professionally, personally, she has taught me a lot of things, okay? So I'm so feeling the gratitude towards VS family, everyone, and thank you to Babu sir and Parvathy ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasanthi. Now, I'm happy to announce, see, time flies, age doesn't go younger, even though we are not Ayatis or somebody to give our age back. So I'll be completing 60 next June. So I thought, okay, someone in the family should take up the responsibility. Aparna, can you come here? So this is my eldest daughter-in-law, Aparna. She's a chartered accountant by profession. So she has gracefully accepted to take some burden off me. So she'll be working with me. She's currently working with the employer where she's serving her notice period. And probably from February of next year, she'll be attending to full-time with VS. So I look forward to Aparna for the next level of growth and how to take. I'm sure youngsters will do much better job than me. And of course, I'll be there. It's not that I'm exiting or something like that. But probably I can leave I get more time to spend time with my granddaughter. And those things can happen. Because that is the latest addiction is my granddaughter. So, you know, all of us get addicted to something at some point in time. So, Aparna, few words.
I don't want to take too much time. You know, I think I'm confident enough to give a keynote speech at VS25. So I'll just take a very short time of yours. You know, I just want to briefly introduce myself. You know, I am a chartered accountant with a Big Four experience and currently working with corporate, you know, in the field of finance. It's a privilege to join VSFS and I want to thank my father-in-law for giving this opportunity. You know, I look forward to, continued support. I'm sure we'll all reach great heights, both of us together. I just want to give you a brief about the few services that are in the pipeline. I just want to reiterate that these are all at the incubation stage. So you will be hearing about these in the due course. I'll just give you a brief. I don't want to take too much time, just 2 lines about all the 5 things that we are looking at. The first one is the Money Mentor. So here, this is the training program we are looking at to create financial literacy. Because, in India, the education system doesn't have financial literacy as, the curriculum. So we are looking at, this is targeted at the college students and also people who are starting off their careers. And tax filings. So, as a chartered accountant, I think I'll be able to integrate tax filings along with the financial services that we are providing. We have received many requests from a lot of clients for tax filing. So I think I'll be able to add value to that. And will and estate planning, I think Uncle already covered, that is, will is the need of the hour, and a well-drafted will and a legally binding will is something which will help the seamless transition from the seamless transition of your assets to your loved ones. And bonds, so basically here, the companies can raise money through three mediums, one through the equity finance and the other borrowings from the banks and the financial institutions. And also, the companies are issuing debentures to the public. So we are looking at exploring these opportunities where we'll do a thorough due diligence and offer, curated opportunities for our clients here. And commercial real estate offerings, most of us, I think most of Indians spend 2/3 of your savings in real estate. So, but the major drawbacks in this is that, it's a non-liquid and also the returns is 3 to 4%. But here, now we have opportunities where you can own fractional shares in grade A commercial properties. So we are looking at, which would give you much higher returns at 9 to 10%. So we're looking at that also as an opportunity. So these are the services that are in the pipeline. Hopefully with Uncle and all of the employees in VSFS, we would take it to the next heights. So now I want Babu sir to complete it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna. So here, I have a request. See, we have grown with your references only. So this is a QR code. I request you to just take a picture of this and
Bread and butter is architecture. We do residences, weekend homes, farmhouses, etc. We mostly like I said, a bespoke firm. We try to focus on the quality rather than the quantity. We don't do volumes, but we do care for the clients. And yeah, we also have our interiors, wherein we do both the design and build. So we do from scratch to finish. We also do a post maintenance. So this is all that we have to offer, and definitely we might be adding few other services in the pipeline. Yeah. So I'm a qualified architect with a master's, and we both have a penchant for green building solutions. So we also deal with alternative technologies and materials. We build with mud. We also obviously we do the normal construction, but then our passion lies with alternative technologies as well. Just few pictures that I could get, we just put it in a slide. So we have a couple of our interiors here and architecture. Yeah. So this is something that we also like to have a good mix of both the contemporary as well as the traditional practices. This is what we have to offer. Yeah. Thank you. I hope you would support us in the future.
It's already delayed for everyone, but it will be very unfair. There is one person who is very important to Mr. Babu Arunachalam. It is Mr. KB Ravikumar, who has been his friend for 15 years and has been a pillar behind Babu for everything. I request him to come on stage to share a few words about Mr. Babu Arunachalam and his relationship with him, rather. And incidentally, he is father-in-law for my son also.
Good evening. My association with Mr. Babu was very, what you call, surprise. Actually, he was telling about tech savvy, no? We had a meeting, IFA meeting, those days. That time, my colleague told, he's Mr. Babu Arunachalam, who is carrying a laptop. Okay. Then I wanted to meet him actually. When I met him, he told, no, you can come to my place, but not tomorrow. I'll call you later on. He postponed it. But somehow or the other, I managed to, my colleague Ganesh, who is also here, he got an appointment and we met him at his place. He was so critical about UTI. He was telling this is not there, it's not there. What I want to say is, VS stands for not only, I know that actually it stands for, V means Suhasini S is there. He told me, that is his wife's name. Then also Shankaran, his father's name. But what I believe is, very sincere. Very sincerely, he has been really giving that advice to the clients about the portfolio or the returns, etc. He has really done it actually. Because when I first meeting itself, he was telling me that you should manage this, then only I will try to interact with you. So that made me to really get him the fund manager and our top officials to interact, and then he was happy to deal with us. Another good thing about Mr. Babu is, VS, he is a smiling man. Very smiley. Am I right? Correct? Very smiley. Whether in a difficult situation or anything, he always smiles. Even for no answer, he'll just give a smile also, but the smile itself is the thing. So I wish him, I congratulate him on the 20 years, and also look forward for more, his team is expanding, and support from his family also, and give him all the very best. Thank you. And I'm also very happy that he not only really he got me as a family partner by accepting my daughter as his daughter-in-law and his family.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. And and there will be a formal vote of thanks by Aparna. Before that, I thank my special thanks to all of you, and especially few of his friends, Jaddi Dost anta heltare ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ಥರ, who have studied with him in school. They were kind enough to come all the way from Chennai. They have come, and someone from Coimbatore like that, and I think some 5-6 people have come from outstation, especially for this. A big thanks to all his friends. And I now request Aparna to give a formal vote of thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, everyone. On behalf of VS Financial Services, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each one of us for gracing us with your presence as we celebrate the journey of last 2 decades. This milestone would not have been possible without the collective support and dedication of all. Our sincere thanks goes to our valued investors whose trust and commitment have been instrumental in propelling VS Financial Services to where it stands today. Your belief in our vision has been the cornerstone of our success, and we look forward to continuing this journey together. We would also like to thank our sponsors, UTI Mutual Fund, Canada Robeco Mutual Fund, ICICI Prudential Mutual Fund, HDFC Mutual Fund, Axis Mutual Fund, Bandhan Mutual Fund, Sundaram Mutual Fund, 361 Asset Management, DSP Mutual Fund, Franklin Templeton Mutual Fund. And also a special acknowledgement to our dedicated team of employees led by Mrs. Parvathy Raman. We also express our gratitude to the Prestige Group, whose hospitality and seamless venue and catering arrangements provided the perfect backdrop for this celebration. And also our sincere thanks to the photography team led by Mr. Gopal, who have skillfully captured the essence of our 20-year journey. And also our heartfelt thanks to Shree Ramana Maharishi Academy for the Blind for their captivating performance. And a special mention for the services rendered by Ms. Lavanya towards creating a transformational new logo. We will continue to strive hard to keep the VS flag flying high in the forthcoming future. And also last but not the least, we also extend our appreciation to Mr. Venkatesh and Shruthi of Studio We Create for their creative input and technical expertise, which enhance the visual experience of our celebrations. And also our families and loved ones, thank you for standing by us through this incredible journey. Thank you all. Thank you.
What